Alright, people. Okay, we seem to be live and everything seems to be working as it should. I was experiencing trouble with my internet connection this afternoon, so it's good that I didn't plan on streaming in the afternoon anyway, because I would have run into constant problems anyway. So it was just a happy coincidence, I guess, that I didn't plan on streaming at the time when so many problems kept happening to me. I was a bit afraid that they would carry over to this stream, but that doesn't seem to be the problem, at least so far. Let's not jinx it. Anyway, so this is Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney, Spirit of Justice. This is going to be the third turnabout of the game, and this is part 4 of our blind playthrough. Let us get started, I guess. No, let's not pick continue, although... if I just pick the episode, yeah, is it this one? Is it this one? They're not numbered, so it's a bit hard to know. I think it must be this one. I believe it is. The Right of Turnabout. Yeah, that's the third one. Alright, there will be a short video that we've already seen. Let's watch it again.
Questions. Sound the alarm! Prisoner 201's escaped!
Well, you know, with Dad's back on the streets, things will be on the up and up for us.
Keep your voice down. You want that rebel hunter to find us or something?
Come on, we're small fries compared to... Huh?
Temple. Okay, excuse me. Another fine day in the kingdom of Krian. It's so peaceful here. I can't believe it's been 2 weeks already, but this place is really starting to grow on me. Still. It sure was a rough start. Now, to do what I came here to do. To see Maya! Yes! Her long ascetic training is finally coming to an end, but before it does, she said something about one last rite she has to perform today. Mr. Wright! Ah, I'll be damned! Happy Raki! Hey, Albie, Happy Raki! Oh, you've mastered the traditional greeting of Krian! I don't know about that, but I guess all that practicing is paying off. Have you gotten used to life at the temple? I'm grateful they're letting me stay here, but the mornings start a little too early for me. Hahaha, yes, well, morning prayers do begin at dawn. After all, you can never pray too much. Daily devotion is very important here in Krian. Hats off to you guys, I don't know how you do it. And today's a special day, full of even more prayer than usual. There's nothing better in this world than being able to pray to your heart's content. I can think of a few things I'd rather do. So what makes today so special anyway? You mean you don't know? Today's the purification rite. It's only performed once a year. That's what Maya must have been talking about on the phone yesterday. I wonder what her role in it is. So what exactly is Maya going to be doing for this purification rite? What? Didn't she tell you? She's playing the role of Lady Kira. It's only the most important part of the entire rite. It's unprecedented to have a foreigner play such a key role. Wow, that's really something. What was the name of the village that she's from, though? A village of priestesses or something like that. I can't remember. It sounded something like Korean, so I had assumed it was in the same region, but now they say that Maya is a foreigner. Hold on, I'll look it up. Where is Maya from? Phoenix Wright. Korean village. So, I don't know. She's a foreigner now? Okay, if they say so. It really is helping out such an amazing person. Has been the greatest honor of this humble tour guide's life. So who is this Lady Kira you mentioned? Allow me to explain. Once upon a time, hundreds upon hundreds of years ago, there lived a female warrior who fought valiantly, etc., etc. Let me stop you right there. Is something wrong? No, it's just, I get the feeling I'm in for a really long story. Yeah, I'd say it normally takes around 2 hours to tell. Phew, dodged a bullet there. Oh, right, you're supposed to finally see Miss Maya today. The story can wait then. In the meantime, you can read up on the rite with this. An English guidebook? Where did you take this up from? I found it just lying there in the temple library. I figured no one's using it, so I borrowed it. Hey, this belongs to Maya. See, there's her name on the back. Guess there's no harm in keeping this for a while then. You can give it to her later. Miss Maya should already be at the site where the rite is to take place. Let's go, to the Plaza of Devotion. I wonder if Maya's matured any since I last saw her. Oh, yes, she has matured. In more ways than one. It's on a mountaintop, so it might get a little cold, though. I think I can handle it. Maybe I should watch out what I say, because, how old is she? In this one. Ah, okay, she's not in there yet. Let's see. Talk. Any ideas? There have been a lot more tourists this year than last. Then your tour guide business must be booming. It is, but I have more important things to do right now, namely, helping you, Mr. Wright. I think I'll tip him a little extra for his help later. Let's head over to where the purification rite will be held. What sort of rite is it? Would wind up missing a whole day of the rite if I were to explain it. In that case, I think I'll just go see it for myself. Move. It's cold. It's like the air itself is made of ice. But look at all these people. Well, this is the day we come to offer prayers to Lady Kira, the protector of our lands. The way he looks, it sounds like he's screaming it at the top of his lungs. Shh! People are praying. It's amazing to see how devoted everyone is. Devoted? Right. But couldn't they just as easily do all this praying someplace warmer? This too is a part of our religious training. It helps us build strength of spirit and willpower. Further up at the end of those stairs is the inner sanctum, where we lowly foreigners aren't allowed to go. Shun the non-believer! I see. Everyone I've met so far seems deeply religious. Of course we are. After all, Korean is also known as the land of prayer. It's said that we Koreanese spend an average of 15 hours a day in prayer. What? 15? From the moment we wake to the moment we fall asleep, our hearts are always in prayer. You see all the square flags around here? They're known as prayer flags. They contain the prayers of our people. Oh, he's talking about these colorful strips of cloth. There's something written on each one. Such piety is the glory of our people, and I'm afraid that story is going to have to wait for another time, Albie. Maya should be here any minute now. Oh yeah, you're right. I can't wait to see Miss Maya again. Pardon me, O noble traveler.
How do you fare, Mr. Wright? It's been many a day.
Who might you be?
You can't guess.
Maya?
Miss Maya, happy Raki. Happy Raki, Albie. And you, Mr. Wright, may the Holy Mother guide you on your journey. Oh, thanks. Hehe, long time no see, Nick. Well, did I surprise you with my act? Yeah, you can say that again. This is Maya Fey. She's a spirit medium from Kurain village back home. She was also my assistant for quite some time, but that was many years ago. Her ability to channel spirits saved me more times than I can count. I sure miss those days. It was a ton of fun being the real boss of Right Company low offices. Now she's here training to be the leader of Kurain village and the master of our craft. Apparently to become the master of the Kurain channeling technique. You have to train here in Kurain, since this is where the technique originated. So maybe it's just a village of expats from that country, I guess, the village that she's from. Which would be in, Japanifornia? Or something along those lines. Didn't I sound just like a pious nun when you saw me just now? Too bad that's about all I learned from all the training I did. Hahaha, you haven't changed a bit, Maya. And what's that supposed to mean? She may look a little more mature on the outside, but inside she's the same old Maya. I'm actually kind of glad for that. I heard what happened, Nick. You ended up in court almost as soon as you got off the plane, huh? Yeah, well, it's kind of a long story. I was the accused! But you should have seen Mr. Wright in action, he was amazing! I bet it was another one of your famous seat of your pants. Come from behind wins, huh? What's that supposed to mean? Well, I was almost found guilty any number of times. Okay, so it wasn't my finest hour, so sue me. You haven't changed a bit either, Nick. Ouch, it definitely stings more when it's coming from her. So I guess you finished the bulk of the training you needed to become the master, right? Oh, you mean the special meditation course for increasing spiritual power? That's a mouthful. Yep, I've completed the full 2 years, sorry. My mistake. I can finally go home once I performed the purification rite today. Actually, I was wondering why they're having a foreigner conduct one of their sacred rites. Well, the high priest's wife usually conducts it each year, but with her baby on the way, it's just more than she could handle. So the high priest actually practically begged me to stand in for her this year. Well, you may not know all of their customs, but with your training, I'm sure you'll do great. You bet. Just to watch, Nick. I'm going to be the best Lady Kira guardian deity ever. I'd better throw in a few prayers for things to not end in a flaming disaster then. This is yours. Hey, that's mine! Well, it was just sitting there in the temple's library, so Albie sorta checked it out for me. Hope it comes in handy then. Oh, and by the way, the Maya Library of Guidebooks has a $2 a day donation policy. I guess Albie's entrepreneurial spirit is contagious. Okay, talk. So about that guardian deity you'll be portraying today, what exactly are we talking about here? Well, first of all, Lady Kira isn't really a deity in the way we think of them back home. She's a real person who fought to establish the kingdom of Karain a long, long time ago. Wow, so she actually existed. And now the kingdom's people worship her as a guardian deity. They believe she appears to protect the kingdom whenever it's in danger. Cloaked in a sacred robe, she's a champion of justice who defeats the kingdom's enemies. Whoa, hey, Panda. How's it going? It sounds like something you'd be into. I know, right? Who wouldn't want to be a kick-butt warrior who takes on evil with a wicked dagger? Right, whatever floats your boat. Still, Lady Kira must really be a popular deity if all these people are here for her. Yep, but there's more to it than just her popularity this year. Excuse me. Just doing some cleaning, working in 3 hours. Oh, okay. Okie dokie. There's more. So why is this rite attracting such a large crowd this year? Because there's been actual sightings, you know, of the real deal. Allow me to explain. A mysterious figure clad in Lady Kira's robes appeared just like in the legends. Excuse me. And she began capturing members of the Defiant Dragons right and left. You're kidding, right? They say it's only a matter of time till she gets their leader, the revolutionary jerk, too. So Lady Kira is a rebel hunter now, huh? It's a bit hard to swallow, though. I mean, even if they are trying to disrupt the peace, I doubt the actions of a band of rebels can bring a legendary figure back to life. I didn't believe it at first, either. But there's a real picture of her on the front page of today's newspaper. Sightings of her go back about 2 years. But this is the first actual picture of her to ever be taken. Can't believe someone was able to actually capture her on film. But couldn't this just be some Lady Kira fan? You know, like you. This classic piece of music really hits you in the feels. You mean like a cosplayer? Those rebels are no joke, Nick. They're trained in hand-to-hand combat and stuff. You think some regular cosplayer can take on people like that dressed in a costume alone? That's why she has to be the real deal. It gives me chills just thinking about it. I bet Lady Kira's spirit possessed a secret robe or something. A spirit possessing a piece of clothing. Maybe you should cut back on all those action superhero shows, Maya. Hey, what's that supposed to mean? You're just jealous that I'm still young at heart. I've got a real office to run now, so I gotta keep it real, right? I don't know who you're talking about, but that's definitely not me. You've really lost your edge since I last saw you. Those spikes of yours have grown really dull, and there's even the one that's drooping. Can we leave my hair out of this? Anyway, I swear that the Lady Kira people have been spotting is... The Lady Kira people have been spotting is the real deal. Okay. Besides, it's just so much more fun to believe it's true, you know? Can't believe you really buy all that. Although, I wonder who's under that rope. A newspaper from the morning of the purification rite. It reports on Lady Kira's activities, among other things. But Mr. Wright, she's the talk of the town. She even gave me this great new food idea. It's gonna be like a soul bun, but based on Lady Kira. I'm calling it the Kira bun. Let's talk about a Kira business strategy. Come on, Maya, just admit it's you running around dressed as Lady Kira already. I guess the jig is up. What? Is it really true, Miss Maya? Indeed, it is I, Lady Kira. After hundreds of years, I have returned in this lovely young lady's body. I already heard that piece of music? Only a minion of the Defiant Dragons could see through my disguise. Now, feel my wrath, foul lawyer. Hiya! Ow! Mr. Wright. Just kidding. I mean, come on. I may be dressing up as Lady Kira for the ride today, but there's no way I could ever beat up one of those rebel types. I don't know. That was a pretty solid left hook she just threw. Oh, you were just trying to be funny. You already had me going there for a second. No one can be that naive, right? Excuse me. Well, I hope you enjoy playing superhero at the ride today. Yeah, trying to get comfy. Okay. Oh, when you put it that way, I'm even more hyped about it now than I was yesterday. Oh, I hear the sound of the High Priest's footsteps. I'd better get going. His footsteps? During the ride, he wears these really big bells on his ankles. That way I know he's coming. Pretty handy, right? Well, see you later. Aw, she's leaving already. I doubt they're actually meant to be a stop slacking warning system. I doubt they're actually meant to be a stop slacking warning system for you, Maya. Miss Maya is always so bright and cheerful. Yeah, I'm glad to see she hasn't changed. As in, at all. I wonder if this means her training's been all for naught. I hope not. It's Acolyte Zealot. Acolyte Zealot? Well, it's the word zealot. Look, he's the one praying in the red and saffron robe. He's a disciple of the High Priest, Abbot in me, and lives and trains at his house. In me? Maybe there's a pun with the first name there, but dunno. See how he prays in the cold without moving a muscle? Yeah, I could never do that. It's Abbot in me. The purification rite is about to begin. So that's the sacred robe Maya would be wearing during the rite. It looks almost exactly like what that figure in the newspaper photo was wearing. Now yeah, I can see the bells now at his ankles. Whoever it is must have worked really hard to copy it. Please, sir, it's not a good idea to stare like that. You could be struck blind. Just give me a few more seconds. I mean, this isn't something you see every day. Oh, those bells on the High Priest's ankles. Yeah. They're a lot bigger than I thought they'd be. It would be difficult to run with those around your ankles, I can imagine. Mr. Wright, it's time to enter the prayer pose like everyone else. Those who don't will suffer the wrath of the Holy Mother. Okay, let's see. First, I kneel down and cross my ankles, and then I bow forward. Ouch! Great, now all I can see is the ground, and my back is killing me. You really should have trained for this, sir. Wait a sec. How long are we supposed to stay like this, Albie? The rite requires that we stay like this until the day after tomorrow. That's 2 whole days. Ugh, I don't feel so... Mr. Wright, are you okay, sir? Somebody help! Mr. Wright, please, you have to get up. Something bad happened, I bet. Ouch, my aching... Albie? Where are we? The High Priest's house at the foot of the Plaza of Devotion. Oh, he has a TV. I guess I passed out from that back pain. They must have carried me all the way here. Something terrible has happened. Yeah. When is nothing terrible happening? What's that car doing? What the heck is it doing? Excuse me? Just a sec. What are they doing? They moved the car just to put it back where it was? Like, what difference does it make? Bizarre. Anyway, it's Miss Maya. She's, oh, just follow me to the Plaza of Devotion. She's been accused of murder. Something must have happened while I was passed out. Miss Maya's. She's been arrested. What's new? What? Of course they're gonna take her away from me after I just found her again. Where's Maya? Just take it easy, alright? But I'm telling you, I haven't done anything wrong. You can talk all you want back at the station. Let me go! Maya! Nick! I didn't kill him! What's new? I swear I didn't. Quiet, you. Come along peacefully or suffer the consequences. Wait a second, what on earth is going on? I don't know who you are, but if you don't get out of my way... Hey, back off, officer! Emma? Emma Sky? What's she doing in Karain? I'm so sorry, Mr. Wright, but we're placing Maya under arrest. On what grounds? Alright, take her down to the station, but with respect, got it? Yes, ma'am. Nick! And those people are still praying, unperturbed. Anyway. Yeah, yikes. So what are you doing in Karain, Emma? It's a long story. Anyway, what are you doing in Karain, Mr. Wright? Same here. It's a long story, but we can get caught up later. Right now, I need to know what happened. Maya's, well, under arrest for the murder of the High Priest. Wait, the High Priest was murdered? Congrats on your return to the legal world. I wanted to congratulate you sooner, but I never had the chance. Thanks, Emma, and congratulations to you too on becoming a forensic investigator. Thanks. Oh, I know. Let's celebrate by dusting your attorney's badge for fingerprints. Or how about we do a liminal test on it? I think I'll pass on both, but thanks. What happened, Emma? Please, tell me everything you can. Well, basically there was a murder during the rite as it was being performed last night. The victim is Trust in me. Trust in me, yeah, okay. The High Priest who was presiding over the rite. Hold on, I'm checking something. Oh. Oh. Well, that's a shame. Excuse me. The victim is Trust in me. The High Priest who was presiding over the rite. And I need to click in the window here. Wait, hold on. Last night? You mean to tell me an entire day has passed since the purification rite? That's right, sir. You passed out for a whole day from your back pain. I never knew my back's like a ticking time bomb. I better take better care of it. The murder took place at the inner sanctum where the rite was being held. The inner sanctum. It's the place where the spirit of Lady Kira is enshrined. It's through that gate over there and up at the top of the mountain stairs just beyond. Oh, so that's why everyone is offering their prayers in that direction. Abbott and me and Miss Maya went up to the inner sanctum to begin the rite. Just after they finished the prayer, you fainted in the middle of. So who do you think killed the High Priest? Unfortunately, Maya is our sole suspect right now. During the rite, the inner sanctum was off limits to the general public. So then, only the High Priest and Maya could have been there when the murder occurred. Right, plus the inner sanctum is on the side of a very steep mountain. The only way up there is the stairway that starts here at the Plaza of Devotion. So that's why she's been arrested. Also, the crime scene was only discovered after Maya came down alone. She's the one who told the worshippers in the plaza that the High Priest was dead. And she made a police statement to that effect. So she was the first one to discover the body. Well, that definitely doesn't help. That makes it even less likely that someone else was there at the crime scene. But someone had to be. Mr. Wright, sir. Are you going to defend Miss Maya? Yes, of course. There's no way she killed anyone. Yeah, I don't believe it either. She's been framed. But this is really something else, huh, Mr. Wright? I mean, who'd have thought you'd have to take on that horrible court again? Tell me about it. I never thought I'd have to go through another trial, where the divination seance determines all, and defense lawyers are unwelcome. They may be a bit more welcome now after last time. Emma. So what brings you here, Emma? Back in the US, I was working a case with an international prosecutor from Korean. He told me this is where I could see the latest techniques in international forensic science. I can't believe I fell for it. I mean, just look at this place. It's like we've gone back in time. Yeah, I can't say I've been impressed with the police work I've seen so far. Still, he said he takes on cases from around the world. So maybe next time we'll have one in a major city somewhere. Sounds like this prosecutor has taken the liking to you, Emma. After all, it's not every day a prosecutor takes a detective with them overseas. I wonder, he's calm and kind and almost always has a smile on his face, but it's hard to tell what he's really thinking. This international prosecutor, is he the one who handled Trissie's case? Yes, he is. I take it he'll be the prosecutor on this one too. Yes, Prosecutor Sadmadi has already been assigned. Prosecutor Sadmadi? Pulkunka! You know him, Albi? Of course, everyone in Korean does. He's a highly revered individual, both as a prosecutor and a monk. If you go up against Prosecutor Sadmadi, you'll incur the Holy Mother's wrath. But it's my job to, as a lawyer. Oh, right, sorry. Just great. A prosecutor who's also a revered monk in a deeply religious country. This trial's shaping up to be even more uniquely Koreanese than the last one. I'm not sure I should be saying this, but he's a formidable opponent. Yeah, I heard Apollo had a really tough time, so I'd better give it everything I've got. Anyway, I'm glad you're here, Emma. They treat lawyers like criminals here. Come to think of it, Prosecutor Sadmadi mentioned something to that effect. I'm not sure how much I can help, but I'll do what I can. Really? Are you sure you aren't going to get in trouble for helping the enemy? He did come down on me pretty hard when I tried to help Trissie in the last trial. Let's just say I'll help where I can. Thanks, but don't go getting yourself in trouble on my account, okay? Prosecutor Sadmadi sounds pretty strict. So first things first, let's start with this. Hot off the press, it's the High Priest's autopsy report. Cause of death was blood loss from an abdominal wound delivered by a bladed weapon. The victim bled to death from a deep stab wound to the abdomen. The murder weapon is believed to be Lady Kira's war-bad dagger. It's used during the rites, however the dagger has yet to be found. Lady Kira's dagger, huh? I think Maya mentioned something about a dagger. Who wouldn't want to be a kick-butt warrior who takes on evil with a wicked dagger? Right. Or whatever floats your boat. And isn't that rebel hunter posing as Lady Kira also armed with a dagger? Of course hers must be a replica, right? Would it be okay for me to go take a look at the crime scene, Emma? The police have already wrapped up their investigation, but the location itself is off limits to the general public, so I'm not sure. Emma, please, I'm begging you. Just like the police, I need access if I'm to mount a viable defense. Alright then. Leave it to me. I'll explain the situation to Prosecutor Sadmadi and the police later. Thanks, Emma. You have quite a climb ahead of you, so be sure to watch your step. Wait, you're not coming with me? Oh, no, I'm not climbing up there again. No way. Is it really that bad? I wonder if my back can handle it. You get to go to the inner sanctum? Oh, you're so lucky, Mr. Wright. Why don't you join me, Albie? That's crazy talk, sir. If a commoner like myself were to set foot in there, I'd surely be cursed for all eternity. Because the inner sanctum is off limits for you, huh? Oh well, guess I'll just have to face this all by my lonesome. By the way, what about all the people still praying here? Aren't they going to go home? The customs of this rite require that they not move from this spot until tomorrow afternoon. Yikes. It doesn't faze them to have police milling about. Some of them are even off-duty cops. Wow, I guess this is what it's like to live in a deeply religious society, huh? So I guess I have to move now. Brrr, it's really high up and really cold. What did I do to deserve this? At least I made it. I'd better get started while I can still feel my fingers. Who's that? It kind of looks like it's her. Examine. Let us see what we can see. Oh, there's nothing to examine? For now? Except for her. Excuse me? Ah, it's you. Ah, it's you. Do you even know where you are? Barbed head? Of course I do. May I ask why you're here, your benevolence? I came to pray for the High Priest's soul. But what are you doing here? This is one of the most sacred spots in Kurainism. Unscrupulous lawyers such as you have no business being here. But I'm not unscrupulous. Quiet! You dared to find fault with my insides at every turn the other day. She's still sore about that trial. As you know, your benevolence, a murder has occurred and I need to investigate. But we know the killer is one of your own. In my country, suspects are innocent until proven guilty. Actually, in Japan, where the game is supposed to take place for real, it's the other way around, so... But it's a slightly different system, though, where people will not go to court unless the prosecutor feel that they have a very strong case. So that's why most of the people who go to court are found guilty indeed, but there are a lot of people who could be taken to court and are not because the prosecutor judges that it's not worth it. It's kind of a reversed system, for better or for worse. In my country, suspects are innocent until proven guilty. In the US, I suppose that would be true, yeah. Plus, she is a serious student of spirit channeling who came here to study. So can't you at least give her a chance to explain what happened? All practitioners from overseas are big phony balloonies. And her wish to train in the homeland of spirit channeling is but a bit for prestige. It seems like nothing I say will convince her otherwise, thanks to that last trial. Tweedledum and Tweedledee really did the number on her impression of foreigners. The defense. As the defense attorney on this case, I really need to investigate this crime scene, and I need to do it now. I've been authorized by the police, so... excuse me? That's weird. Robot rock. I've been authorized by the police, so... What's this? You intend to make a mockery of our sacred hall of justice once more? No, I simply want to defend my client. Which means you have come to forge evidence then. I knew all lawyers were criminals. I must now redouble my vigilance. Ouch, that's unfair. Who taught you to demonize a whole group of people anyway? My mother and father? Do you have an issue with their parental guidance? Actually, I would have. Yeah, I would have issue. I would never dare criticize the royal couple. I still can't imagine what the lawyers here must have done to garner such hatred. Oh ho! I just had the most wonderful idea, Barbed Head. Why do I have a bad feeling about that glint in her eye? The most wonderful idea. So what's this most wonderful idea of yours? If you are to investigate this murder, then I shall oversee your every move so as to prevent any misdeeds, naturally. What, you want to follow me around the entire time? Let her do it, I say. I mean, we don't plan on doing anything wrong after all. Of course, not that I want to, mind you. And I will not tolerate any objections. Understood? She can't do this to me. What was that, Barbed Head? Oh, no, it's nothing. Very well, then. Let us get this investigation over with. We mustn't stay here in the inner sanctum a moment longer than necessary. Please don't rush me. It is not without reason that I insist on a speedy investigation, Barbed Head. I am a direct descendant of the Holy Mother, you see, who guides the people of Khura'in. As such, I must not sully myself with the blood of battle that Lady Kira bears. The blood of battle? If it's that big of a problem, why don't you head on down now? I won't do anything, I promise. No, lawyers are never to be trusted. Now make haste, so that we may leave here soon. Oh, and one more thing. What now? Your victory the other day was but a stroke of fortune. But this time my insights shall reveal the absolute truth. Do you care about the truth, or do you care more about a conviction? So brace yourself for a defeat, most bitter lawyer. So you don't know yet what the truth is, but you already conclude that she must be guilty? Talk about biased. I will. Now, can I get on with my investigation? As long as you know where we stand. I'd better hurry up and poke around for clues before she changes her mind. Inner Sanctum. Could you tell me about this place, Your Benevolence? I have nothing to say to you, lawyer. Is that because you don't actually know much about it? You ill-mannered! I am the Crown Princess of Khura'in! There is nothing I do not know! Naina! Whoa, where'd she come from? Hey, no cheating! Silence, Barbed Head. Naina's knowledge is my knowledge. End the discussion. What is she? Your pocket internet? Pocket Wikipedia. The spring is where Lady Kira came to cleanse her body of the blood of battle. And today's purification rite is a ceremony that traces its origins back to those days. Cleansing Lady Kira's robe in this sacred water lends one courage for the next battle. I see. Thank you for that excellent explanation. Commoners are normally barred from here, except for the day of the rite, who normally controls the access to this place. The High Priest and his family are responsible for that. The High Priest and his family, huh? Could you tell me about the High Priest and his family? Abbott in me lived in it with his wife and his disciple, acolyte PWAA Zealot. PWAA Zealot? A young man the couple took into their home upon finding him near our kingdom's border. Speaking of his wife, isn't she the one who usually plays the role of Lady Kira? Yes, but as she is with child, the role was appointed to someone else. The killer no doubt offered to stand in, as she saw it as a chance to slay the High Priest. No, you have it backwards. He was the one who asked Maya to stand in. Then that braggart must have embellished her qualifications. I'm really not sure how she could. Besides, why didn't you stand in for the High Priest's wife then? Did I not tell you before? As a direct descendant of the Holy Mother, the role of Lady Kira is forbidden to me. For those descended of Her Holiness must not defile their bodies with the blood of battle. Oh yeah, you did say that, didn't you? I should probably talk with the High Priest's wife and acolyte Zealot later too. Shall I examine the place then now? What an amazing wall painting. So this is Lady Kira. Do you see that red mark upon our brow? That is the character for death in Kirainese. It is a mark of resolve to fight to the end. There are many different marks we make on our bodies, each with a different meaning. Interesting. Come to think of it, your benevolence has marks on your face. So did the High Priest. The High Priest's marks are those of a monk, while mine are of a royal priestess. All members of the Kirainese clergy have such marks upon them. The shape and location of the marks vary in accordance to conditions like status and age. And all records about them are kept at Temple. So it's kind of like a national ID registry, huh? His autopsy report was updated. Is that a weapon in her hand? Yes, it is Lady Kira's dagger, the very same one used in the rites. It is made to resemble a warbad, the bird Lady Kira fashioned herself later. So that dagger is the weapon that took the High Priest's life. If you wish to know more about Lady Kira, you need but ask. I get the feeling she's going to be super relevant to this case. I should definitely ask the princess for more details later. Let's take a closer look, shall we? Hey, isn't this Lady Kira's robe? Oh, Holy Mother, Lady Kira's robe is... I know how you feel, but we should leave it as is to preserve the crime scene. You imbecile, this is the actual robe Lady Kira once wore. It is? What the heck is it made of? I mean, nothing should look this good after a few hundred years. Enough, if I say it's the actual robe, it is the actual robe. That foul murderer shall not get away with this. It is tough to see a piece of history sloppily tossed on the ground like this, though. It even looks like it's been mended a number of times. This robe kinda smells. How dare you insult such a sacred piece of clothing like that? No, I meant that it smells like incense. Oh, I see. The scent you detected is from the sacred incense used to purify Lady Kira's robe. Whenever a rite is to be performed, the robe is first scented with sacred incense. If this still smells like incense now, the scent must have been much stronger last night when the victim was killed. It's been stained red by the High Priest's blood. The spring shall run red upon Lady Kira's return. What's that from? An old legend. Wait, does that mean that the rebel hunting Lady Kira in the newspaper is the real deal? Nah, that's crazy talk. Whoa! This is blood. This is a statue of a warbad, the bird on which Lady Kira based her appearance. And all of this blood is from the High Priest, huh? He no doubt embraced the statue in the hope that Lady Kira would save him from death. May his soul rest in peace. Considering the amount of blood, he must have been stabbed with considerable force. But there's no way Maya would be strong enough to deliver such a blow. There's something there on the ground as well. It's a lantern. And it's still lit. Of course it is. The secret flames in the 4 lanterns here have burned for centuries. Anyone who extinguishes even one of them would be put to death immediately. So that's why they're outfitted with glass wind guards. Still, I'd better keep my distance, just in case. So the moon and these lanterns were the only sources of light up here last night. The rite is performed by the light of the full moon because moonlight is a purifying force. I see. No touching. I wasn't going to. This. A bloodstained scrap of paper. Looks like some kind of note or letter, perhaps. But it's written in Kuraini, so I can't read a lick. Let me see that. Once the flame is lit, then... will be... This is simply impossible to read. Wait. What is it? The stamp in the lower right. It's the mark of those insurgents. The Defiant Dragons. The rebel group? What's it doing here? Is there some kind of connection between the High Priest and the rebels? Bloodstained letter added to the court record. Wah, wah, wah. Looks like that about does it for this area. What's that? This mountain faces like a towering wall. There are characters carved into it, but I have no idea what they mean. There is a prison at the apex of this mountain. A prison? Way up there? It is said that Lady Kira laid those she defeated to rest atop this mountain so that their souls would not spawn evil spirits. I'm feeling queasy just thinking about being all the way up there. And the fact that it's a prison just makes it worse. That lantern looks broken, but it's hard to make out the details from this angle. I'll take a closer look when I'm in a better spot. Like this? I think I'd better go take a closer look. Footprints. There's no snow here. Maybe it was removed because it would interfere with the rite? The day before the rite, the temperature in this area plunged below freezing. Even the Plaza of Devotion was covered in a layer of white frost. Must be the elevation. It wasn't all that cold back in town, as I recall. This lantern is damaged. The wind guard is completely broken. Damaged? Was this your doing? No, I didn't even touch it. Then perhaps a falling rock struck it. I will request that it be repaired when we are finished here. Of course, I doubt you will live long enough to see it restored. I'll be back to take a look, you'll see. The snow has obviously been cleared away here, and the lantern is broken. I still have that camera I brought to take pictures of my trip. I should snap one of this area here just in case. Inner sanctum photo added to the court record. Nothing else particularly interesting here. I thought there were footprints. This rock must have fallen from higher up on the mountain. It's like the perfect perch for taking a peek over that curtain. Well, up I go. Whoa, what an incredible view. It's almost boggles the mind. Get down from there this instant. Right, sorry. Looks like the inner sanctum is just slightly higher up than the top of that mountain. I guess that confirms that the stairs from the Plaza of Devotion is the only way up here. Well, we've already had a look at that statue. It's a statue of a bird. Guess I'll take a closer look at it. Ah. Look, the bird's missing its eye. I feel sorry for the poor fella. Are you the one who took it? Of course not! The statue has been here for ages. I suppose some damage is to be expected. I shall ask my mother to have it repaired. No wonder there are no lawyers left. I'd leave too if I were always treated like this. I don't think I'll find anything else of interest around here. What's this? There's something hanging off of the ritual curtain there. These look like those prayer flags down at the Plaza of Devotion, except they are arranged like no prayer flags I have ever seen. How so? All of these flags have been sewn together. Hey, you're right. It's like they're one big banner now, like a patchwork. There is something written on a piece of it, donated by Terrorist in Me. It seems this piece is from a donation Habit in Me made at some point. Sanctum prayer flags added to the court record. During the rite, the inner sanctum was fully enclosed by this ritual curtain, making this case something of a locked room mystery. Ritual curtain added to the court record. The purification rite is akin to a bathing ritual for Lady Kira. Therefore, it must be closed off from the outside world. Oh, so the inner sanctum is like your private bathroom. Indeed, so see to it that you keep it clean. This flap in the center acts as the ritual curtain's door, but that's about it. Eek! And what was that shrill scream for just now? It's just, I'm afraid of heights. I didn't notice it as I was climbing up, but now that I can see all the way down, I guess that flight of stairs from the Plaza of Devotion really is the only way up or down. I don't know, because that thing over there kind of looks like an exploded balloon, maybe, that someone might have used to get up the mountain. Wah, 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 wah. Well, we're done, I guess. No? Lady Kira. So could you tell me more about this Lady Kira? As an outsider, I suppose your ignorance is all but unavoidable. Whatever happened to you need but ask. Nena! She doesn't know either. As the princess, Lady Kira was the Holy Mother's youngest sister. But unlike her older sister, she lacked the ability to channel spirits. However, it is said that none could equal her skill with the dagger. A dagger? Well, this became relevant fast. The Holy Mother guides our souls, and Lady Kira keeps the peace with her dagger. Lady Kira was prepared to die for her people. She cloaked herself in a secret battle robe and concealed her face as her sister did. Okay, but who was she fighting against? Throughout our history, we have been set upon by rebels. Now is no different. For our enemy now is the Defiant Dragons, led by that insurgent Dirk. So Lady Kira played a role akin to the police, huh? So what's with the bird imagery? Lady Kira's robe is fashioned in the likeness of a warbad. It is a fearsome bird that is unique to Kurain. I see. And what about the recent rebel hunter, Lady Kira? Who do you think she is? I have heard about her, but I have yet to ascertain the truth. However, I believe her to be a vigilante, or more precisely, a patriot. So even Princess Rayfat doesn't know the true identity of the rebel hunter, huh? That about does it for the inner sanctum. I should probably head back to the Plaza of Devotion and let Emma know I'm done. After all, she's the one putting her neck on the line for me to investigate this place. Nothing more to say to her? Any ideas? Asking her. The killer must have been the one they call Maya Fey. There can be no other. You never know, it's still pretty early in the investigation. She has spent time in the company of lawyers, so she must have a wicked soul. Thanks for reminding me how much people like me are hated in this country. It is only by the Holy Mother's mercy that you are allowed to investigate the secret place. Remember that, and give thanks to Her Holiness for this great blessing at once. Oh, thank you, Your Holy Motherness. That didn't come out right. That seemed a little insincere. Shall we hold this investigation immediately? No, wait, I'm grateful, really. I wonder. This is going to be worse than walking on holy eggshells. Well, are you going to conduct your investigation or not? I will, it's just... Are you going to keep following me around like this? Of course, unless you intend to do something you feel the need to hide. No, I do everything by the book. Then get on with it. I am not doing this for fun, you know. I, too, have many duties I need to attend to. Then why don't you go do them instead of hovering over me? What is that look you are giving me? Am I perhaps being bothersome? No, don't be absurd. You're being incredibly bothersome. Wow, they're still praying. The religious devotion of our people is the pride of our kingdom. Come what may, they will continue to pray until tomorrow afternoon. Well, I will say this level of devotion is certainly to be respected. Now to find Emma. You there, wait. I want to ask you something. Okay. Do you know me? And do I know you? Well, I'm Phoenix. Phoenix Wright. I am a lawyer. No! I want to know if you know who I am. How should I know? I've never even seen you before. Larry Butts? I don't know. This guy's acting really strange. I wonder if he has amnesia or something. Should talk to him a little more, just in case he's connected to this case somehow. Who are you? Are you having trouble remembering who you are? I'm sorry if I offended you. Perhaps not. Phew, I thought he was going to pull a weapon on me. But he's just pulling some snack out one after another. I'm trying to remember what I'm supposed to do. I know it's something important. Do you know this man or something, Barbed Head? No, I just said I've never seen him before, didn't I? Are you Lady Kira? You know of Lady Kira? Then you are Kirainese, I take it. Maybe. Wait, are those lizards he's eating? What, you want one? No, thanks. I just ate. And now I remember. Get a load of this. Well? Well, what? I believe he suffers from a far more serious malady than mere memory loss. No good, huh? Guess I'll try somebody else. So who was that man and what did he want, Barbed Head? I wish I knew. Hey, Mr. Wright. What now? What's wrong? I didn't surprise you that badly, did I? Oh, no, it's nothing. Actually, I've been looking for you. I wanted to tell you I investigated the crime scene. I hope it wasn't too much trouble getting my investigation of the inner sanctum approved. It was fine. Prosecutor said Matty gave his okay straight away. He seems like a rather fair-minded prosecutor. He said that you would probably give up once you saw the crime scene for yourself. And that moving on before the trial began would be the smart thing to do. He must be feeling really confident about his case. Well, just so you know, I have no intention of giving up. I figured. That's why I've prepared a little gift for you. I thought it might help your investigation. Here, it's all yours. I wanted to bring you a bunch of other forensic tools, but they were confiscated at the airport. Liminal testing fluid. This actually might come in handy. Also, I made a copy of the crime scene photo for you. Thanks. All of this will definitely come in handy. They were confiscated at the airport. I mean, if you are a forensic on a mission, why would they get confiscated? And why would only the liminal be left? If anything, it's the most suspicious thing. It's liquid, it could be anything. That would have to get tested to be allowed, I guess. So this is what the High Priest's body looked like after the murder. I'll keep this along with the picture I took at the crime scene. Inner sanctum photo updated in the court record. Oh yeah. They're done questioning Maya. Really? I should go pay her a visit then. Poor Maya, she must be feeling pretty lonely. I should let her know that I'll be defending her too. Oh shoot, look at the time, I have to get going. You sure seem busy. That's because he's ephemeral... ephemeral... How do you pronounce that? Ephemeral, I guess. Holiness is a real slave driver. Is ephemeral holiness? Prosecutor Sadmati is like the world's hardest riddle, wrapped in a flowy sash. I keep wondering if it's just a clash of cultures type of thing, you know? Excuse me. Well. Like, he'll ask the most insane things of me without batting a single long eyelash of his. This Prosecutor Sadmati sounds like he's used to holding some serious clouds. Why do I have such bad luck with prosecutors? First it was the glimmerous fop. And now that I'm finally rid of that grating, bling-loving Europhile, I get this guy. Oh no, now I'm really going to be late. He'll probably make me listen to one of those really long sutras again. I'll see you later. He makes her listen to sutras? Sounds like Emma's got it pretty rough too. She does not appreciate Prosecutor Sadmati's sutras. What ingratitude. It appears that she too is lacking in religious devotion. I don't think that's what the problem is here. Besides, Emma is not even a Koreanist. Any ideas? That man we just met, he seemed quite suspicious to me. Don't tell me he is an acquaintance of yours. Not everyone who's suspicious is friends with a lawyer or vice versa, you know? For example, I have many upstanding friends and acquaintances, like a chief prosecutor. Well, as long as your friends are free from the taint of corruption. They are, and not everything is about good and evil. Are you going to speak with that woman? If you mean Maya, then yes, there's something I need to talk to her about. Something like a jailbreak? And how exactly could we do that with you and a guard watching us like hawks? I guess that means it's time to get to the detention center. I'll be using the restroom and getting some coffee, and I'll be right back. I may actually put on that thing. Okay. And then, just so that you guys have a bit of music. Wait a second. Like this. Okie dokie, people. Okay. Nick, I knew you'd come. Maya, she sure looks tired. How are you holding up? It wasn't me, but no one will believe me. It's not like it's the first time. You should be used to it by now. I have to admit, I'm still a bit in shock. Who would have thought you'd get caught up in something like this, and so far from home? But I'm going to defend you, so hang in there. We can do this if we work together. Yeah, this is all my fault. I mean, you came to Korean just to visit me. We hadn't seen each other in ages, and then this happens. I haven't seen her at this down in ages either. Come on, remember who you're talking to. Besides, I thought you'd be used to being the usual suspect by now. I guess you're right. And you've saved me each and every time. Yep, so just tell me everything you can, and let's go from there. Barbed Head, stop stalling and go straight to the matter of true import. We know she is the murderer, therefore it is time for a confession. Your benevolence! What brings the royal priestess to a place like this? I am watching over this lawyer to keep him from tampering with anything in this case. Now out with it, confess your crime. Please, your benevolence, could you please take it down a notch or three? Maya, please, tell me what you can. I know this must be difficult, but anything you can remember might help. Sure, okay. Yeah, like this. I didn't kill the High Priest, I wouldn't even dream of it. I mean, he always treated me so well. Abbot in me was an important figure with a ton of duties, including training acolytes. He was really kind, even to a foreigner like me. He even invited me over to his house whenever I was between training sessions. How could I ever kill someone like that? He sounds like a really good person. I think I would have liked him. It was so much fun. I got to enjoy meals with his family and everything. And his wife as a master of Chinese cuisine. I've never eaten better in my life. It's like we were a family and home away from home in this foreign land. They must have been a source of comfort with being here for training all alone. But what? I can't completely deny the charge either. Huh? As I suspected, the snake has shown her true colors at last. Your benevolence, please, I'm trying to figure out what really happened here. So what do you mean, you can't completely deny the charge? Well, during the purification rite, I suddenly got really sleepy. The next thing I knew, Abbot in me was, you know, you suddenly got sleepy? So then you didn't actually see the High Priest get murdered? No, I didn't, but if I was possessed by some crazed spirit while I was asleep, then... What an excuse. How dare you pin your crime on another person's soul? It's not like it hasn't happened before. Although she was not the one channeling that soul at that time, even though she was accused of it or something. Be honest, what you call training is but an extended vacation in reality, and that training here is simply for prestige. No, it's nothing like that at all. Training. I'm training to become the master of the Korean channeling technique. A neophyte. Neophyte or neophyte? How do you pronounce that? Hold on. Neophyte or something like that. Neophyte. Pronunciation. But no, not in French. Neophyte. No? Is that it? That's in American English. Okay. Neophyte. Neophyte. Okay, that's how you pronounce it. A neophyte practitioner such as you become a channeling master? I think not. The spiritual power required is beyond the means of an outsider like you. Raifa seems to really hate fakers, but Maya does actually have the power to channel spirits. I should let Raifa know. Your benevolence, I wouldn't call Maya a neophyte because she can already channel. Wait, Nick. Can I talk to you for a second? Why is she whispering all of a sudden? I want to keep my spirit channeling ability a secret while I'm here, Nick. What? Why? I'll explain later. Maybe it's something that was lost to them and that would be bad form if she could perform it and they couldn't. Just keep it a secret for now, okay? If you say so. What's that all about? What is all that whispering about over there? Oh, it's nothing really. I'll have to ask about this later when Princess Raifa's not around. Oh, I almost forgot. Nick, About Abbott and me's murder. There was something I noticed that I thought strange. Oh? So, what was it you noticed? Well, you probably won't believe me, but why don't you let me be the judge of that? Okay, so you know that spring? The spring. You mean the pool in front of the Warbad statue? Yes, that. The water in there was dark red. And when I say dark red, I mean blood red. Oh, that. Yeah, I saw it too. You did? Yeah, the High Priest's blood turned it red. What? No, that's not what I meant. The spring was red before he was killed. What? Wait, so it was already red, even before the High Priest was killed? Yeah, I noticed it during the purification rite, just before I passed out. It's just like the ancient legend says. What ancient legend? Spring shall run red upon Lady Kira's return. That's how it goes anyway. Hold on. Yes, there is a legend about the inner sanctum that says just that. But the water runs red this time thanks to the murder. The police investigation confirmed it. Perhaps your eyes were deceived by the lantern light reflecting off of the water. I don't think that was it, though. An ancient legend, huh? I wonder if it's connected to this murder somehow. Nick? Yes? So, actually, there's one more thing. What's up with Maya? She keeps looking over at her benevolence like she's worried what Raifa will think. One more thing. There's something I want to show you. There is? I found this at the inner sanctum after I came to. Is this a letter? It's in Chinese. See that stamp on the far left at the end of the letter? Does it look familiar? Like the thing that Lady Kira has on her forehead? The one that means death? That's the mark of Lady Kira. Oh, right. It looks just like the mark on her forehead. Lady Kira, you say? Let me see that. Why, this is... What? What does it say? Do not perform the rites. I know what you are planning, Lady Kira. Ah, okay. I thought it meant death. That sounds like a threat or a warning. Whoever's pretending to be Lady Kira was pressuring the High Priest to stop the rite. Yeah, that's what it looks like to me too. Nick, do you think... Wait. First, there's that ancient legend. The spring shall run red upon Lady Kira's return. Now there's also Lady Kira's warning. Plus with the Warbad dagger being eyed as the murder weapon. Don't tell me. That's why she has to be the real deal. It gives me chills just thinking about it. I bet Lady Kira's spirit possessed the sacred robe or something. Don't tell me. You actually believe that the real Lady Kira returned to kill the High Priest? Don't be silly, Nick. Huh? Historical figures don't come back to life. I mean, give me a break. But you were saying only yesterday how it was more fun to believe that she's the real deal. Yeah, yesterday. I wish I could keep on entertaining that fantasy too. But the fact is, we're dealing with a murderer here. Thus my days of dreaming have come to an end. I'm going to keep it real from now on. And you should too, Nick. I thought you said I was the boring one because I was keeping it real. Sorry, I guess I've outgrown that stepladder argument we always have. I think you mean ladder, Maya. Keeping it real. So what do you mean by keeping it real? Oh, so you know how someone is dressing up like Lady Kira and capturing rebels, right? Oh, you mean the rebel hunter Lady Kira in the papers? Yeah, that one. I think that's who probably sent this warning. What nonsense is this? You dare to suggest that habit in me was slain by Lady Kira? You nincompoop. Eek. The rebel hunter is sure to be a vigilante who loves this kingdom. And it is that patriotism that led them to cloak their identity in the guise of Lady Kira. Such a patriot would never slay the High Priest, unless the High Priest was a traitor. I guess it's only natural for Princess Raifa to see it that way, but I can't let it go at that. Besides, why would such a vigilante want to stop the purification rite in the first place? I haven't figured that one out yet. I rest my case. Still, if this rebel hunter had a compelling enough reason, they might have killed the High Priest after he ignored their warning. You big dummy, you can't fool me. It was you who forged that warning letter. You are trying to shed your guilt onto our most sacred Lady Kira. Admit it. No, I'd never do such a thing. Now, your benevolence. Let's try to remain rational about this. Grr. Maya, did you show that letter to the police? No. I was afraid that it would anger everybody needlessly. So I was waiting to show it to you, Nick. And judging by your benevolence's reaction, I'd say Maya was right to be worried. Wait. What are... There are a number of places on this letter where there are 3 holes in a row. Are these supposed to be some sort of message too? It looks more like it's something that was pinning the letter to something before it was unfolded. No, not that we'll be finding out anytime soon, I suspect. Lady Kira's warning added to the court record. Alright, accused, wrap it up. I guess they have more questions for me. Yeah, at least I have a better idea of what we're up against now. Nick, there's something I've been meaning to say. I don't need a lawyer this time. What are you talking about? It's just, you know they have that Defense Culpability Act here in Kurine, right? Well, if I'm found guilty, you'll be charged with abetting a criminal. Maya, thanks for thinking of me, but... Don't worry, Maya. We'll pull through this together somehow. We always have, haven't we? Yeah, but we're not in Kansas anymore, you know? Because, yeah, they were in Kansas. Japansis. Yeah, right, something like that. True, but I've been through one trial here already, so I know what I'm getting myself into. We're going to win this one, no matter what. Because I believe in your innocence. Yeah, I know. We've always won because of your faith in me. That's right, so it's all aboard the Phoenix Freedom Express. Thank you, Nick. Well, I'll see you later. Bravado will not save you tomorrow, and by then, it will be too late to ask for mercy. We're going to beat this charge. You'll see. I don't care to understand every single word that was spoken. But I don't like the sound of that Phoenix Freedom Express one bit. Wait, don't tell me you don't know what Freedom Express refers to. Ow! Of course I know! Do not presume to what I do not know. I'm no closer to understanding why someone who would want a High Priest dead. But given the use of the War Bat Dagger and the existence of the warning letter, I'd say the rebel hunter disguised as Lady Kira is the real prime suspect. It might help if I knew a little more about this modern-day Lady Kira. I wonder if anyone has any info on them. Maybe the first thing I should do is to go someplace where locals like to gather. Okay, I can unplug the phone I use as a camera. Okay. Oh yeah, also. Okay. Because it was not in focus. Okay. Any ideas? That woman you call Maya Fey is not to be trusted. I hear she is already 28, and yet she is still as antsy as a maiden in her teens. She's 28 already? Surely she must be hiding something. Actually, that's just Maya being Maya. She's 28? Oh yeah, okay. Oh yeah, she's 1 year older than Emma. Actually, Maya is older than Nayuta. You can't see his face on account of his beard. Pretty suspicious if you ask me. Gumshoe! Gumshoe! I don't know. I have no idea. So, what next? Let me think. Oh, I know. Dare I ask? Admit the accused's guilt so we can go straight to the inevitable guilty verdict. That will solve everything. Why did I even ask? I think I'll just keep on investigating. Talk, examine. No. Let's move. The bazaar. Okay, excuse me. I guess the bazaar is as good a place to start as any. Now, who should I... I see. So that is what a Freedom Express is. Consulting your pocket internet again, I see. Mr. Wright. That sounds like... Is Miss Maya okay? I believe her, Mr. Wright. I know she didn't do it. Do you now, boy? Pulkunka! Your benevolence! You mustn't trust in lawyers. You, are you not the accused from the last trial? Oh, what's wrong, Elby? Your benevolence speaks with the, You may speak in the vernacular, little monk. Now, what is your name? Yes, your benevolence. I'll be your guide, your benevolence. Know this, Albie, your soul is only as clean or filthy as the company you keep. I wish you'd stop insinuating that all lawyers are trash. Is it still insinuation when it's so obvious? And I trust him as a lawyer, okay. Right. What's this? I'm sorry, forgive my insolence. If a common boy such as he can place his trust in lawyers, it can only be because of my failure at the Hall of Justice the other day. Oh, Mr. Wright, your benevolence has succumbed to the ground. She must really feel responsible for what happened in court that day. It's because he was innocent that what happened, you moron. Moronic girl. Let's give her some breathing room for now. I'm sure she'll be back on her feet in no time. In the meantime, do you mind if I ask you some questions? I don't know. Of course not. I'm always glad to help. Talk. And the Rebel Hunter. So what have you heard about the rebel hunter that was in the newspaper? Everyone's overjoyed at her appearance. They say she's the modern-day Lady Kira. So they're treating this rebel hunter like a mysterious protector of the people, huh? People have been on edge recently, what with that jailbreak and stuff. I sure hope they catch that escaped prisoner soon. Escaped prisoner? Yes, he was one of the vicious rebels that Lady Kira had captured. So there's a hardened criminal on the loose. That is bad news. Yes, but the modern-day Lady Kira is also super amazing. I mean, she takes down big scary rebels all by herself. Yeah, that's not exactly something just anyone can do. Someone that's strong could have easily overpowered and killed the High Priest. And what about that escaped prisoner, Albie? So what's the escaped prisoner supposed to be like? They say he is a vicious fiend who serves as Dirk's right-hand man. Dirk? As in the leader of that rebel group? Yes, the escapee serves the dreadful master of the Defiant Dragons. They say the prisoner is a former soldier and that he wields a big scary knife. Rumor has it he's a cold-blooded killer to boot. He sounds like a really dangerous man. He is, but the police still can't find him even after an exhaustive search. Wait, I remember hearing about a prison. There is a prison at the apex of this mountain. A prison way up there? The prison is at the top of the Inner Sanctum's mountain, right? How did he even break out? No one really knows. He supposedly did it without any tools to speak of, too. Some say he must have fallen to his death. Personally, I'd like to believe he did. Otherwise, something like that terrible incident might happen again. Terrible incident? What terrible incident? What was that about, a terrible incident, Albie? It happened before I was even born, but Queen Amara, the previous queen, was assassinated. And it was the rebel leader Dirk who did it. The previous queen was assassinated? That's kind of unsettling. Ooh, it was the terrible deed of a heinous sinner. I mean, to take the life of such a gentle queen. Only someone with a dark, defiled soul could have done that. They really take their queen seriously here, like god-worshipping level serious. It really would take someone pretty bold and blasphemous to assassinate one. Those Defiant Dragon rebels are not afraid to do anything to accomplish their goals. That's why, with that escaped prisoner on the loose, who knows who might be killed next. So that's why the people of Khura'in are so afraid of that escapee, and why they want a rebel hunter to take him out along with the other rebels. So is there anything else you can tell me about the rebel hunter Lady Kira, Albie? I was just thinking there was something else, but what was it? Oh yeah, here. Shadow found it. Why, that's the Warbat arrow! Feeling better now, your benevolence? This is no time to be feeling sorry for myself, for I am the crown princess of Khura'in. Now let me see that, boy. Yes, your benevolence. It looks very much like one of the legendary weapons Lady Kira once used in battle. A three-pronged arrow? I could swear I've seen something resembling that arrowhead recently. Ah, on the letter. Yeah, I guess it was a letter that was stuck on the wall or something. Using the arrow, like it was shot in the wall. That might explain it. Where did Shadow find it, Albie? Near Abbot Inmi's house. Near the victim's house, huh? Something tells me I'd better look into this. Warbat arrow added to the court record. Albie, can I ask you to take me to the High Priest's house? Yes, of course. Come to think of it, he was married, wasn't he? And his wife is the one who usually plays the part of Lady Kira in the purification rite. I should probably talk to her too. Was she really sick? Or did the High Priest pretend that she was sick so that she would get replaced just in case it did prove to be dangerous and these people threatening the ceremony might hurt his wife? And he preferred for Maya to take her place just in case. In case something really happened. Makes you wonder. So this is where the high priest lived. Wait a minute. This is where they brought me when my back gave out. And the woman in front of that altar, she must be the high priest's wife. There's a reward poster on the table. And that's a photo of that guy, the monk. Not the high priest, another one that was mentioned before. Well, anyway, we need to speak with her. Excuse me. Yes, may I help you? I was hoping to speak with the high priest's wife. Are you she? Please forgive the intrusion, Lady Belbeeb. Believe. Like believe? Oh my, your benevolence. Please, be at ease. What a terrible time this must be for you. I owe much to your husband. You have my deepest sympathies for your tragic loss. You honor me with your kind words. Look, dear, the royal priestess has come to visit us. Yes, what's that? Oh, of course. Hee. She's talking with this funeral picture. My husband, too, is delighted that the royal priestess has graced us with her presence. You can speak with Abbot in me? No, I don't possess the power to speak with the dead, but I can feel his presence. What's that? No, that can wait till later, dear. She's definitely speaking with him. So, your benevolence, what is it that brings you to my humble abode? This lawyer is investigating your husband's death, and I am watching him to ensure he does not tamper with any of the evidence. I know this must be difficult, but could I ask you some questions? A good friend of mine has fallen under suspicion, you see. A friend of yours? So then, you must be Maya's friend from the States, correct? That's right. I'm sorry, but I'm still grieving. Isn't that right, dear? Yes, I know. Abbot Inmi and his wife were one of the closest and most loving couples in Kurain. If she is not ready to talk, I will not allow you to press her any further. She did just lose the love of her life. It would be incredibly insensitive of me to force answers out of her right now, but I need to talk to her if I want to learn more about the High Priest. Plus, there's the warbad arrow that I'll be found near the house. There's too much I need to find out for me to leave just yet. Would it be okay if I stayed here for a little while? Barbed Head, have you not been listening to a word I said? Look, your benevolence, I'm sorry for her loss, but I'm running out of time. So what I will do is promise to leave if she doesn't change her mind. Please let me talk to my husband about this. Yes? I know. No, don't. Not in front of the royal priestess. Now, if you would excuse me. What the heck were they even talking about? You have but poured salt on our wounds. This is precisely why you lawyers are so despised. I was just trying to help Maya's case. I didn't mean to hurt Mrs. Inmi. Could it be that you actually possess a conscience? Of course I do, but I'm also desperate for information. So what do you plan to do now? Pass the time by looking around the room, I guess, and see if she changes her mind. Just see that you do not touch anything you should not. Guess I should watch what I touch then. Just in case Princess Raifa gets mad at me. No! Didn't mean to do that. No! Back. B. Okay. No. Okay, let's see. What do we have here? This looks like a wastebasket. Hey, there's an envelope sticking out. There are 3 holes in a row near the top. It's the envelope that goes with the letter we found already. Now, where have I seen holes like these before? Scrounging around in other people's garbage like some stray dog? You are a pitiful creature indeed. What does it say here? Say what you will, but I've got a job to do. It says, to the High Priest. You cannot even read. You are even more pitiful than I had thought. Thanks, and I will keep your words of wisdom in mind, your benevolence. Guess I should have studied some Qur'anese before I came. So the envelope was addressed to the High Priest, huh? But it's empty. Still, there's something about it. I'd better hang on to it. It's easy enough to piece the evidence together, I guess, so far. Nice cushion. What is the scary-looking spiky thing? It is a floor cushion for heightening a practitioner's mental focus. Your ignorance astounds me. There is not a soul in Khura'in who would not recognize this. A floor cushion? You mean you're supposed to sit on this? How else would you suggest it be used? Looks like a torture device to me. There's a steel samurai on this bag, so it must be Maya. Yeah. She probably left it here while she was performing that rite. What were they playing? This game looks kind of like checkers or chess. You mean to say you have never heard of Kachu Demal? I have heard people describe it as Qur'anese chess. So two players take turns moving their pieces in a bid to capture the other's king? Not quite. In Kachu Demal, the object is the utter annihilation of your opponent. I think I know what it is. Furthermore, each piece has a special move that can only be used once per game. Ah, no, that's not what I had in mind then. Special moves. It sounds like a game right up Maya's alley. A wanted poster. Nothing particularly interesting here. So you say. This. Oh, it's a wanted poster for the rebel escapee everyone's talking about. What? Let me see that. That's Aribal, senior member of insurgent leadership and former paratrooper of a foreign land. Wanted for crimes against the kingdom, considered armed and dangerous. So he's ex-military, huh? His appearance alone exudes menace. He must be captured at once. Is something wrong? The bounty is 3 million damas. Money that comes out of the people's tax payments. I shall have it lowered to about 1 million damas. You seem unexpectedly concerned with the people's welfare. Unexpectedly? How rude. Nena has always taught me that kingdoms that do not value its people come to ruin. As crown princess, it is only natural that I care for my people. How about sending some of that kindness this way? Well, I suppose I could. If you quit being a lawyer and paid taxes to our kingdom, that is. Oh well, it was worth a shot. This I noticed earlier. That portrait. Is this a piece of art of some sort? It's the orb that's above it, I think, that I just interacted with. What a beautiful orb. Is something the matter? Barbed head, take one step back. Okay, done. Did you spot something? Yes, your dismal reflection. It was ruining the orb's beauty. Did you have to put it like that, your benevolence? A poster of the mountains? I bet this is gonna be important at some point. 12-meter height difference. Oh, the Inner Sanctum Mountain is featured against those other towering peaks. Those beautiful mountains are known as the Roof of Khura'in. Ah, and I see they have even included Mount Pony Pony on that poster. Mount Pony Pony? Is that the smaller peak to the left? Known as the Little Sanctum, it is just west of the Inner Sanctum. Is it not also beautiful? But I suppose a lawyer with a defiled soul such as you could not perceive such beauty. No, that's not true. I think it's absolutely stunning. Mountain range poster added to the court record. portraits. Isn't this that Justice Minister I met? But who's the woman in the picture next to him? She looks really important. Could she be the Queen of Khura'in? TV! It's another Steel Samurai spin-off. It is the Plumed Punisher, warrior of Neo Twilight Realm. It is based on Lady Kira and is the #1 action hero show in Khura'in. The Plumed Punisher, warrior of Neo Twilight Realm. Yes, it is an entirely original show created right here in our kingdom. Sounds more like a rebranding of the Steel Samurai, but I'm not so sure about its originality given its overall look in that theme song. Is something the matter? Well, it's just we have an action hero show back home that is really similar to this. I'm guessing this shows why Maya is so into Lady Kira. Honestly, the theme song is exactly the same as the one for Maya's favorite show. The Steel Samurai, warrior of Neo Old Tokyo. It's a popular action hero series filmed right in LA. Oh no, not again. Not again! Hold on. Not again. Yeah, thought so. Okay, there we go. Set in a city known as Neo Old Tokyo, it pits the Steel Samurai in mortal combat against his nemesis, the evil magistrate. Maya's collected DVDs and merchandise from that series as long as I've known her. The Plumed Punisher seems awfully similar to the Steel Samurai. The Plumed Punisher originated here in Khura'in, is that clear, Barbed Head? Yes, Your Benevolence. Note to self, never suggest that again. Lady Believe has not had a change of heart, and simply waiting shall not change that. There's something I'd like to check in the court record. So he is called Trust in Me, and she is Believe in Me, right? Ah, yeah, there we go. That's what I wanted. That's what I wanted to confirm. What's that? Okay, purification. Wait. Okay, talk to the High Priest's widow. Okay, so far so good. Okay. Something I want to confirm here as well. Okay, there we go. Can't we wait just a little longer? I wonder if she'll ever open up. Oh, you're still here. I guess it's about to happen. Lady Believe. Excuse me. Mrs. Inme, do you think you're ready to talk? Is it okay with you, dear? Yes, I will let him know. Lady Believe, you don't have to speak to this lawyer if it is not your wish. No, it's quite alright. If my husband were still with us, he would say... As much as it pains me to have my lovely wife speak on such matters, if it would help to find the truth, then ask whatever you may. Okay, I'll take you up on your generous offer. Wait, did Mrs. and me call herself lovely just now? Well, whatever are you waiting for? Ask your questions quickly so your departure may be just as swift. Yes, of course. Do you have any idea why your husband might have been killed? Was he acting different or doing anything out of the ordinary lately? No, I don't recall anything of the sort. This is really difficult. Did anybody have a grudge against him? He was a kind man and one of peace. He would never do anything that would cause someone to bear a grudge against him. Mental locks. Psyche locks. This means Mrs. Inmi is trying to hide something from me. This is the Magatama Maya gave me all those years ago, and it has a really amazing power. It reacts when someone is hiding something, and allows me to see the psyche locks that are holding that person's mind shut. Whenever I see any, I only have to tap my Magatama to try and unlock them. Unlocking them all usually allows me to coax the truth out of someone. Hold on. I think it's from the previous menu that I have to do it. Here is just gonna repeat the same thing. No?
Take that!
Take that. The High Priest. Psyche locks. They appeared when I asked her whether anyone held a grudge against her husband. That must mean that Mrs. Inmi thought of someone who just might have such a grudge. Let's just stir the pot a little and see what happens. Mrs. Inmi, I have an idea who your husband's real killer might be. That would be Maya, would it not? No, of course not. It has to be someone with a motive to kill him. This is who I believe had a reason to kill your husband. I believe the escaped prisoner killed your husband. He probably thought that your husband would get in the way of his escape plan. But were that the case, wouldn't Maya have been slain as well? Oh, you're right. Guess I'd better find someone else with a possible motive. So you see, Maya must have been the killer. No, it had to have been someone else. Lady Kira? It was the rebel hunter disguised as Lady Kira. Everyone's talking about her. I know not of what you speak. Really, because she even made the front page recently. That's funny. Quack-a-ca-ca-ca-ca. I am but a humble servant of Lady Kira. What reason would she have to kill someone as insignificant as I? Actually, I have something that just might show why Lady Kira would kill Abbot Inmi. The letter?
Take that!
This is a letter of warning from Lady Kira. Maya found it. It was in the inner sanctum, and only Maya and your husband were there at the time. Oh! This letter reached its intended recipient, your husband, the High Priest, didn't it? And how do you know Maya wasn't lying to you? Because I've never seen that letter before, and I doubt my husband ever did either. Sorry, but I have evidence that proves this warning was meant for your husband. The envelope?
Take that!
What's that? It's an envelope addressed to the High Priest. The warning letter was delivered to your husband inside this, wasn't it? And then the arrow that bears the 3 marks? The 3-pronged arrow? What nonsense is this? How can you prove the warning was delivered in this envelope? There's gotta be some way to prove it. Wait a second. Don't the envelope and the warning letter have something in common? I think there just might be something that links the envelope to the warning letter. There is? Yes, and that proof is right here on the warning letter. This spot on the warning letter proves that it was delivered in that envelope. This?
Take that!
The 3 holes in the envelope are in the same shape and arrangement as the holes in the warning letter, and if you fold the letter in thirds and place it in the envelope, the holes line up. As for what made the holes, I believe it was this. The arrow.
Take that!
They were made by this warbat arrow, one of the weapons favored by Lady Kira. The warning was folded in thirds, placed in the envelope addressed to the High Priest, and delivered to your husband on the points of this arrow. Eek! Unlock successful. Are you ready to tell me the truth now? There's something I want to check. Okay. I don't know if we'll have enough time to get through the trial part right after this one. We'll see. We'll see how much time we have. I admit the warning was sent to my husband, but he was not an insurgent. Then why did you keep it a secret? Because the authorities might have suspected him of being one if I hadn't. I guess that makes sense. If the rebel hunter was after him, I can see how people might at least suspect. We are a Quranist kingdom. As such, rising up against the monarchy is the same as blaspheming Quranism itself. Your husband was a devout priest of Quranism, and you feared that his good name would be tarnished if the warning went public? Yes, that makes sense, but is it the honest truth? What if the high priest really was a rebel? The rebel hunter would have had a motive to kill him. Still. This just doesn't feel like the right time to ask her about it. Could you tell me a little more about the warning? It arrived about 3 days before the purification rite. When we woke that morning, it was already there by the side of our bed. It was by the side of your bed? Yes, we had the whole house locked up tight. And yet someone still managed to slip in. Oh, it was so frightening, wasn't it, dear? But you didn't contact the police. Because you didn't want them to suspect your husband of being a rebel? That's right. If only we had told the police, maybe terrorists would still be alive today. Oh, lovely wife, no need to fret, my dear. My only regret is that I left you all alone. Barbed head, that is quite enough. Yes, you're probably right. Better not push it too much. Mrs. Inme, I'm sorry to have bothered you at such a difficult time. Don't be silly. I'm happy if I have helped. Your benevolence. May you swiftly shine light upon the truth. Barbed head. You seem bent on casting suspicion upon Lady Kira. And by doing so, you seek to deflect the blame from the real killer, Maya Fey. That is the only logical conclusion. I'm in no position to disprove her at this point. If only I could find something to support my theory that the High Priest was a rebel. The only other person who might know more about Abbot Inme would be Maya. They might be done questioning her by now. Maybe I'll stop by the detention center. What's that? My mother has said what? It seems I must go. Did something happen? Yes, my mother has decreed that a rite shall be held for the High Priest's passing, and that she shall conduct the prayer of lament therein. Her Eminence has so decreed, has she? Oh, but she should not concern herself with a humble priest like my husband. He's still smiling in the picture. No, it is only natural considering his meritorious service. The rite will be held at the palace. You are to accompany me there at once, Lady Belieb. Thank you, your benevolence. My husband is most delighted too. How wonderful for you, Mrs. and me. A direct decree from the Queen. That must be quite an honor. Barbed head, you are coming as well. Huh? But I don't have much time left to investigate. As the one charged with monitoring you, you must remain within my sight at all times. Besides, it will take but a moment. Now, come along! Arguing the point will probably just make things worse for me. I'd better let her have her way this time. Garan Palace Audience Chamber. Welcome, Lady Believe. Flies. So this is the Queen of Crime. What is wrong with you, Barbed? Show some respect. Huh? Oh, should I bow or prostrate myself? No, it is quite alright. Stay as you are. Mother! Your Eminence, I would like to give thanks to you. You honor both me and my husband. His exemplary service deserves to be honored. Oh, but what a terribly trying time this must be for you, Lady Believe. May my prayer comfort your soul, and that your dearly departed husband, and that of your dearly departed husband. Nothing would please me more. Oh, Your Eminence, your words are wasted on my humble husband and I. Now that's what I call a commanding presence. So, you are the lawyer of whom my daughter speaks. Yes, Your Eminence, I am so very honored to make your noble acquaintanceship. I am humbled to bask in your resplendence. Did I overdo it? I have no idea how to talk to a queen. Ho ho, may the Holy Mother's blessing be upon you. Now then, Lady Believe, let us go to the Chamber of Prayer. Rafa, you are to accompany us too. Yes, Mother. Wow, the Queen is seriously something else. Heh, the Prayer of Lament, huh? Don't see how that'll do any good. It's Justice Minister Inga. Who are you, buddy? Nice to see you again, Minister Inga. Again, have we met? I'm Phoenix Wright. We met in the accused lobby the other day. Oh, right, blue suit, jagged hair. You're that lawyer who brought my daughter down a peg or two. Your daughter? Yeah, Rafa. Is Princess Rafa's father? So he's Queen Garan's husband. You planning on sticking your fat nose in this mess too? The accused is a good friend of mine. Like I said the last time, you better watch yourself, see? Do you mind if I ask you a few questions? You want to question me? That would be great. You got balls for a lawyer. Guess I can play along a bit. But I got things to do, see? So we'll have to talk while I work. I wanted to let you know that I'll be the defense lawyer on this case too. Well, don't say I didn't warn you. You only won last time because that idiotic prosecutor filed false charges. So is that a personal stamp? Or seal? Like some Japanese people have? I don't know what you call that anymore. Maybe it has a specific name. I thought it was a cigar or something, but it doesn't look like it. It's gotta be different this time. I got Kurain's top prosecutor on this one, see? I don't care who I go up against. I'm going to prove my client innocent. You haven't forgotten that little thing called the Defense Culpability Act, have you? Blow this one and you'll suffer the same fate as the accused. How could I forget? Heh, you lawyers are all the same. You strut your stuff till the DC Act comes down hard. Then you start begging and pleading for your lives. It's really hard to watch, I tell you. Well, I don't plan on letting it come to that. Defense Culpability Act. Okay. Excuse me. Maybe I did, maybe I didn't. What's it to you? Either way, as Justice Minister, I'm gonna enforce the thing. It started as a way to counter the dirty tricks of your trade, like falsified evidence. But it turned out to be quite handy. Efficient, even. Handy. Efficient? Yeah, made my job real easy. Any goons who cross me or the Grand administration are gonna get just what they deserve. Especially those rebels come. You can get away with that here. Better watch your mouth, lawyer. I enforce the law in Khura'in, see? And being that I'm the queen's husband, that makes me king. No, I'm pretty sure the queen is the boss around here. Go on, say what you're thinking so I can charge you with lese majesty. I can't get myself arrested now. Listen up, lawyer. We got a low crime rate and a populace that lives in peace. And that's all thanks to the DC Act, so I don't want to hear any more lip about it. But I can't defend my client unless I can speak my mind. Even without the DC Act, Durek and his insurgent scum buddies' days are numbered. What's that supposed to mean? Let's just say I got a little trick up my sleeve. So I'd watch it if I were you. Because you got a defiant attitude, like one of them dragon dupes. Say white. You know what these are? No? What? Orders of execution. They really pile up if I start slacking off. What? And tomorrow I'll have even more work to do, processing the one for your little friend. And if you really do defend her, I'll have to add one more to the pile for you. But you're not stupid enough to waste your life on that criminal, are you? Don't worry, I'll make sure to lighten your workload, Inga. I won't give you a single execution order to sign tomorrow. I have returned, Barbed Head. Your benevolence, are you done with the rite? Okay, why is this interfering with the green screen back there? It's not green, it's yellow. Was it doing that before? It's doing its job a little too good. Hold on a minute. That's the lighting, actually. Oh, well. Well, it is what it is. I'm not going to change anything. Yes, it was performed flawlessly. Oops. Like this. Like this. Like this. I hope this will help ease your sorrow, even if just a little. So you have been speaking with my father. Yes, you could say that. My father is a great man. He works tirelessly to keep the peace in our kingdom. Khura'in, as it stands today, owes everything to the efforts of my mother and my father. You should feel deeply honored. Under normal circumstances, they would have never spoken so readily with a lawyer. Yes, of course. It seems Rafa doesn't know what her father is really like. Well, now that we're done here, let's go see if I can talk to Maya now. Oh, it's you, Nick. Maya, are you okay? The questioning wasn't too harsh, was it? No, I'm alright. How about you? Make any progress? Well, I haven't found any conclusive evidence that could prove your innocence, but I have a small lead. Really? But for right now, I'd like to ask you about the High Priest. Sure, ask away. By the way, what's the princess doing with you still, Nick? Doesn't she have anything better to do? Doesn't seem like it. I heard that. How rude. Of course I have many other things I could be doing. Why don't you go and do them then? The High Priest. It's just a thought, but do you think the High Priest could have been a rebel? A rebel? Why would you even think that? Because if he was, then the rebel hunter Lady Kira would have had a motive to kill him. What? Uh-oh, Princess Rafa overheard me. What idiocy is this? Abbott in me a rebel? It is beyond the pale. My mother has offered the prayer of lament to his soul. That is the sort of person he was. Alright, I was just raising the possibility. I will not listen to such tomfoolery. Yeah, that's right, go away. She stormed out. Oh well, nothing we can do about that. Do you recall the High Priest doing anything suspicious? Come to think of it, he seemed unusually restless during the rite. He kept glancing up at the sky, though I have no idea why. He was restless and kept looking up at the sky? That doesn't really tell us much, does it? Anything else comes to mind? Sorry, that's about it. Guess this is all I'm going to learn about the High Priest right now. Oh, but there is one thing I should follow up on. I want to keep my spirit channeling ability a secret while I'm here, Nick. What? Why? I'll, explain later. Yeah, go ahead, explain that to me. With Princess Rafa gone, this might be my only chance. Maya, about what you said earlier. Why can't you tell anyone you were able to channel spirits? Oh, that. You know how all the queens are also spirit mediums here? I heard. It was kind of a shock at first, though. Are they the only people capable of channeling spirits? In Koreanism, spirit channeling is a secret art that can only be performed by the queen. No one else is supposed to be able to do it. I see, so spirit channeling is a symbol of power or authority, then, in that sense. I can see why it would look bad if a nobody from another country were able to do it too. Spirit channeling in the Korean tradition was developed from a Koreanist style that was brought to the US via Japan, but it seems like my client's spiritual power is greater than that of the average Koreanese. It may be a quirk due to how our styles diverged, but I don't really know. So spirit channeling is a power possessed only by the queens of Korean, and it's a power that somehow made its way down the line to Maya. Then I guess that makes Queen Garan and Princess Raifa distant relatives of Maya's. Anyway, it's not like there's some kind of rule about it, it's just I'd rather not have it become an issue or anything. That's why mediums who come here to train hide the fact that they can channel spirits. I see, I had no idea it was so complicated. Either way, training here is a must to fulfill the qualification needed to become the master. And what is this qualification to become the master? To be able to channel spirits of one's own volition and without fail every time. Like, remember how my spirit channeling was always hit or miss. I only ever succeeded about 30% of the time. Yeah, and it was more like spirits possessed her as opposed to her channeling them. So you can do it every single time now, whenever you want? Yep. At least, I think. You think? Well, I haven't actually tried channeling anyone since I completed my training here. But once I get back home, I plan on taking the final spirit medium test. I'll have to try channeling one spirit after another in a marathon channeling session. Only those who pass the test are worthy of becoming the master, huh? Yeah, but I know I can do it. I'm going to ace that test and become the next master. After all, I can't let my clan and the other villagers down. Right. Maya's the next big hope of Korean village. That's got to be a lot of pressure. So speaking of similarities... I've noticed another similarity between our countries besides spirit channeling. I saw a show on TV earlier that reminded me of the Steel Samurai. Oh, you must mean the Plumed Punisher, warrior of Neo-Twilight Realm. No, I just picked the same topic. Didn't do it on purpose. That was a long conversation. And I should save, by the way. So you've already seen the Plumed Punisher. You really don't miss a beat. Just the opening credits, I suppose I should say. Actually, it was her benevolence who told me all about it. There is not a single person in Korean who does not know of it. Uh-huh. Oh, your benevolence, you're back. As the royal priestess, I am charged with monitoring your movements. So I have changed my mind, for in order to fulfill my duty, I must not avert my ears, not even from your blasphemous theories. Her sense of duty is commendable, but I wouldn't mind if she backed off a bit. Great timing, your benevolence. There's actually something I wanted to show off to the both of you. Show off? Maya sure seems excited all of a sudden. Yep, ta-da! What's that? It's an ultra-rare plumed Punisher strap. There's only one of them in the whole world. It was specially made to promote the TV show. You're the owner of this strap. Don't tell me. You're a plumed Punisher fan too, Your Benevolence. No, of course not. Only little children watch that show. I have no interest in such things. Right. No, I am telling the truth. Sure, let's just leave it at that. So how did you get your hands on that, Maya? I found the kindred spirit in a plumed Punisher fan here in Khura'in. It resulted in an exchange of cultures transcending national borders. And by cultural exchange, you mean you swapped TV show promo merchandise? You bet, I traded my Steel Samurai watch for this strap. It's a super rare watch that plays the Steel Samurai theme song when the alarm goes off. My newfound Khura'inese friend was so happy I got this one-of-a-kind strap in return. I guess there are people like that wherever you go, even here in Khura'in. Watch this. When you press the Magatama on her belt, it plays the show's theme song. Sounds just like the Steel Samurai theme song. What are you talking about? Can't you hear the folk instruments in the intro and the exotic tones throughout? Plus the Steel Samurai has Japanese taiko drums that go Takadon don 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 in the intro. Plumed Punisher strap added to the court record. Right. Guess my ears just aren't as good as yours. Anyway, I have this amazing idea for a new show. The Plumed Punisher versus the Steel Samurai. I'm going to totally go pitch it to some TV stations when I get back home. It's going to be a huge hit. Right, Your Benevolence? I have no interest in such things. Well, if nothing else, talking about the Plumed Punisher has thankfully seemed to cheer Maya up a bit. It's getting late. Try to get some sleep, okay, Maya? And leave tomorrow to me. Okay, thanks, Nick. I think I've covered just about everything. Time to head back to the temple and go over everything I've learned so far. Let's listen. My father is a great man with a gentle soul, is he not? Yes, well, are we talking about the same person here? You too could become a man of upstanding character if you learned from his example. Sure, upstanding character. Him? I care little for that tone of yours. It is as if you do not agree. No, you have it all wrong. Why is my face always such an open book? You have visited the accused a number of times already. Could it be you are smuggling in tools one at a time for a jailbreak? Of course not. Besides, you've been watching me like a hawk. Well then, perhaps you are cutting the bars in the visitor's room bit by bit? How on earth would I even do that? With that barbed head of yours, of course. Now, this is getting ridiculous. Heh, of course it is. I'm merely having a little fun here. Well, please don't have it at my expense. I'm mentally taxed enough already. No, I didn't mean to ask to talk again. Move. I think he said I had to go back here. It's getting late. Won't be long till sundown. Mr. Wright, Your Benevolence. Are you done with your investigation for today? Pretty much. I thought I'd go over what I've learned so far. Care to join me? Yes, please allow me to help. Okay, first, we know that the High Priest received a warning 3 days ago. It was from someone claiming to be the Lady Kira, and it told him not to perform the rite. That's right, it was the rebel hunter. But what of it? That's what I am not sure of yet. Why would Lady Kira want to stop the rite? If you could solve that mystery, right, I could figure out our motive for threatening the High Priest. It might be the break I need, but I just don't know enough right now to act on that lead. How unfortunate for you, Barbed Head. Your only hope is pure speculation that shall not stand up in the hall of justice. You have no actual proof of Lady Kira's involvement in this crime, after all. Jeez, why do I struggle so much? Yeah, the warning letter alone can't prove who killed the High Priest. I'll give you one last chance to withdraw before you are charged under the DC Act. Your benevolence. While it is true you did not forge or suppress any evidence, that is perhaps a product of my careful monitoring of your every move. I wasn't planning to do anything like that in the first place, Your Benevolence. But I am going to prove Maya's innocence within the confines of the law. How can you be so sure you will? Because of my undying faith in my clients. That is a lawyer's greatest weapon. What nonsense. You have chosen to dig your own grave. When next we meet, it shall be in the Hall of Justice. As Royal Priestess, it is my duty to reveal the truth through the divination seance. This time I will prove that the insights I glean, therefore, are the very truth itself. Prepare yourself, for this shall be your last trial and your last rites. Tomorrow shall end with you under the headman's axe. Tomorrow, I'll be defending Maya in that so-called Hall of Justice again. Something I'd like to check. Okay. That whole seance thing makes trials here completely different from those back home. Plus, I don't have a shred of conclusive evidence. On the other hand, I got plenty of confusion and anxiety to spare. I'll have to think of something. After all, I'm the only lawyer in all of Karain. I have to do this. I will do this. I'll prove Maya's innocence if it's the last thing I do. Save game. Here. May 11th, 9:40 a.m. High Court of Karain. Accused lobby. I wasn't able to find any conclusive evidence yesterday, but if I can figure out Lady Kira's motive for threatening the High Priest, then maybe. Nick, today well, don't look so down, Maya. I'm going to defend you with everything I've got. You would do well to seize this insanity while you still can. As I said yesterday, I'm going to defend my client in court. Well, know this, you shall not witness a miracle of the sort that occurred last time. The moment she is found guilty, you too will be found guilty of abetting the accused. I never claimed to be a miracle maker, but I am good at discovering the truth. And unlike miracles, the truth is always waiting to be found. The truth, you say? Then it seems you have chosen your fate. This shall be your very last trial. Nick, I'm going to prove you innocent, Maya. You'll see. After all, you have to introduce the plumed Punisher warrior of Neo-Twilight Realm to the folks back home, right? Right. I may be a defendant this time, but I'll be by your side like always, Nick. Thanks, Maya. This place is tough on lawyers. I'll need all the help I can get. Plus, it's always good to have you on the team. Well, it's time. Let's go. Oh, excuse me. I'm burping. Day 1. Court is now in session. All rise. Okay, I'll save here again. Like this. Okay, and I'm also about to use the restroom and get some more coffee just like before. I still need some more. Be right back. Alright, and my t-shirt is acting up still, but well. Can't do much about it. Let the trial of Maya Fey begin. The defense is ready, Your Majesty. Huh? Quiet. Can't you see Prosecutor Sadmati is absorbed in silent prayer? Great. The trial has barely started and the judge is already mad at me. He's very devout for a prosecutor. Why is the accused standing over there? Oh, well, Your Majesty, in addition to being the accused, she's also my assistant. The accused is your assistant, you say? Very well, then. A criminal does indeed make a fitting partner to a lawyer with a defiled soul. That wasn't very nice. Yeah, well, bad-mouthing lawyers seems to be a custom of sorts here in Karayan. I must say I am surprised to see you still here in Karayan, Mr. Wright. And even more so, to find you in the Hall of Justice once more. I cannot fathom why you would willingly risk your life in yet another trial. It's not my fault you keep accusing the wrong people. The answer is simple, Your Majesty. I am a lawyer, and this is what lawyers do. Although, to be frank, I'd rather be anywhere but here right now. Such foolishness. Prosecutor Sadmati, are you ready to begin now? Yes, Your Majesty. The prosecution is ready. Let us begin without further delay. But first, I promise you both this. I will cast your wicked souls into the fires of hell. Thus shall the soul of the victim attain salvation. And he's laughing. Splendid, I would expect nothing less of you, Prosecutor Sadmati. Please, save the victim's soul, Prosecutor Sadmati. Punish the wicked lawyer who dares to stop these last rites. I think I'll pass on that whole fire and brimstone deal. But I'm not surprised by your words or stance, considering what Apollo's told me about you. So it was you who instilled that putrid lawyerly guile within him. Putrid what? He too must soon face the fires, lest his soul be lost to redemption. But I shall send you on ahead so that he will not be lonely when he arrives. Sorry, but I'm afraid it won't be that easy. People say I never know when to give up. Nervous, Maya? A little. Feels like it's been ages since we stood side by side like this in court. Too bad I'm the defendant. Don't worry. trying to have a look at the faces of the people in the background, see if they're reusing the same model over and over, but... Well, they're not very detailed, but I guess they're there. Unless they're just 2D billboards. Don't worry, we haven't lost the case together yet. You're right. Let's give this everything we've got, Nick. Now then, Prosecutor Sadmadi, would you please explain the case at hand? Of course, Your Majesty. Let us begin the last rites of the victim. Maya Fey has been charged with the crime of murder. The victim of her heinous crime was High Priest Taras Tinmi. He was conducting the purification rite when he was brutally slain. And the cause of death? Let us review the victim's autopsy report and the crime scene photo, shall we? The cause of death was blood loss from a stab wound delivered to the abdomen. The murder weapon was likely the Warbad's dagger, which was used in the rites. However, the weapon has yet to be found, though the scene was thoroughly searched. A sacred relic used as a tool of murder, the Holy Mother's wrath shall be most severe. The murder itself took place at the height of the purification rite. The accused had donned Lady Kira's sacred robes, and the victim was there to offer prayers as a high priest of Kyraianism. During the rite, the victim and the accused were the only two at the inner sanctum. Therefore, the only person who could have slain the victim is Maya Fey. I must say that does cast a great deal of suspicion upon the accused. Indeed. Now then, allow me to submit this diagram of the crime scene as evidence in this case. Inner sanctum diagram added to the court record. In Kyraianism, slaying a priest is a sin most grave and dreadful. As such, Maya Fey's soul shall be plunged into the lowest level of hell, the hell of tickling. There she shall be tickled without end for 500 million years. That is a terrible fate indeed. Would the defense care to respond? And here I thought the lowest level of hell was the hell of back pain. I don't remember killing anyone, and I don't have that dagger or anything like it. As my client stated, she has no memory of the event as described by the prosecution. But more importantly, she had no motive to kill the high priest in the first place. Pardon me. I thought you might say that. Nevertheless, the meaningless prattle of lawyers is utterly ineffectual here in the Hall of Justice. For all will be made clear by your benevolence, Raifa Padma Kuraian's insights. So it is, and so it shall be. The divination seance reveals the truth for all to see. Here we go again. Bailiff, please show in the royal priestess. It's Princess Raifa. Oh, how beautiful her benevolence. Glory to the Holy Mother for this blessed day. As popular as ever, I see. Rest assured, good people of Kyraian, I will defeat this murderer and her abettor. Abettor? Abettor? How do you pronounce that? Abettor. Autocorrect is messing with me again. Excuse me. Abettor. American English. A better. Okay. A better. They shall not escape on their freedom expressed today. What a joy it is to have the royal priestess back in the Hall of Justice. May the Holy Mother grant us her divine favor. Bur Dihara Kurain. She sure looks pleased with herself. Especially for someone who didn't know what a Freedom Express was until yesterday. Is there something stuck to my face, barbed head? No, nothing, your benevolence. Now then, your benevolence, divination seance, if you please. Very well. Naina, my robe. Ah, ha, 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 ha. She's gonna dance. We shall dance.
O Holy Mother, we hold this divination seance in your name. Let the eyes of everyone here be clear, and our ears be unstopped. O dance of devotion, guide the victim's soul to me. So that we may receive their final memories in the pool of souls.
We've already seen this. Let's see. This is where it gets important. Wind, incense, footsteps, pain. Well, the incense smell would be on the clothes, like the cloak of Lady Kira, I suppose. The victim's mitama has spoken. The divination seance is complete. Great. Another clearly incriminating seance vision. It could not be any clearer, oh foul defense. The accursed donned the sacred robes of Lady Kira and then attacked the victim. Oh, how very terrible it must have been. The figure of Lady Kira lit against the dim lantern light. The scent of incense growing ever more potent as she drew near. One can almost sense the horror of Abbot in me must have felt. The facts as presented by your benevolence are indisputable. But that wasn't me! Do something, Nick! I'm working on it. That couldn't have been any clearer. Looks like I'm in for another uphill battle. The accused committed this vile act during our ancient tradition, the Purification Rite. Come to think of it, the Rite's Guide explains the multi-part Purification Rite in detail. The Transformation Rite. The High Priest reads scripture while the priestess dons the robe of Lady Kira. The Rite of Water. Lady Kira enters the spring and the High Priest purifies her along with her dagger. The Rite of Fire. priestess circles the sacred flames to purify her soul. Indeed. It would seem that the murder occurred during the transformation rite. The rite dictates that the High Priest stand in front of the spring, therefore the accused must have attacked him from the direction of the broken lantern. Well, Barbed Head, would you care to object? Of course, because I know my client is innocent. So you say, you truly do not know when you are beaten, do you? I managed to put it off last time with Albie. I'll just have to do it again. You intend to find fault with her benevolence's insights yet again. It would seem lawyers are Polkunan creatures indeed. Look at that Polkunan! 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 Don't know what that means. What exactly is a Polkunan? Someone who's a real piece of work, so to speak. Well, excuse me. Okay. The only thing I care about is uncovering the truth. Where's my pointer? Ah, there it is. So, Barbed Head, are you foolish enough to risk your life for your so-called truth? Because my insights are the truth. To deny them is to willingly dig your own grave. Insight. Rayfa's insight. The victim commenced the purification rite by bowing to the lanterns and reading a sutra. As the first part, the transformation rite, ended, he lowered the sutra. Suddenly, he heard the accused approaching footsteps and smelled her incense-laden robes. It was then that the victim felt an intense pain. I believe this is when he was stabbed. As his life's blood spilled over, his vision dimmed, till finally he passed from our world. Poor priest. That is everything the victim experienced in his final moments. Inner sanctum diagram updated in the court record. Dressed in the sacred robes of Lady Kira, the accused rushed the victim head-on. The brutal stabbing she perpetrated could not have been any clearer. Yes, it is plain for all to see. No, it wasn't me. A sudden drowsiness came over me during the transformation rite. I didn't even get a chance to put on Lady Kira's robes. You waste our time with such meaningless statements, accused. You cannot explain away the truth revealed. The truth revealed by the royal priestess's divine insight. Oh, how did you end up finding contradictions last time? Yeah, indeed, I don't mind a reminder. The deceased's final memories include all 5 senses. Oh, you mean those words that appeared in the pool of souls? It looked to me like the bigger the word, the stronger the sensation was to the victim. Yeah, that's how it looked to me too. The sensations themselves are never wrong, only their interpretations. That's why I tried to point out mistakes in Rayfa's insights last time. So there could be contradictions between what Habit in me felt and her insights. Huh. You got it, and I'm going to find them this time too. Should I check how to point out contradictions in Rayfa's insights? No, I think I'm good. I think I remember. It was not that long ago, after all. Nah, I remember how it works. Still, the sensations this time seem to fluctuate more than the ones from Alby's trial, in which case I'd better keep an eye on changes in their intensity too. Okay, time to point out the sensations that contradict the insights. Okay, hold on a second. Okay. The victim commenced the purification rite by bowing to the lanterns and reading a sutra. Wind. Footsteps, incense. Uh-huh. How do I... Ah, yeah, here. My bad. As the first part, the transformation rite ended, he lowered the sutra. Suddenly, he heard the accused's approaching footsteps and smelled their incense-laden robes. It was then that the victim felt an intense pain. I believe this is when he was stabbed. There's nothing wrong with that statement. As his life's blood spilled over, his vision dimmed till finally he passed from our world. The only one is her interpretation that it was the accused. Do we have any piece of evidence that would show that it could not have been her footsteps? I don't think these pieces of evidence are going to be relevant now. He was wearing the bells, but she wouldn't have been wearing any, right? Excuse me. The accused. No, the footsteps are not approaching actually. They remain the same in intensity. Only the smell. That's probably it. The footsteps were not approaching. Come on. Sound. And present.
Objection!
The victim supposedly heard the accused's approaching footsteps. But did he really? What nonsense is this? Is it not abundantly clear? Well, the smell was approaching, the smell of the robe, but not the sound of the footsteps. No, it's not, because there is something strange about those footsteps. Strange? Explain yourself, Bardhead. The footsteps are strange enough because the timing, they don't get louder. There we go. That's it. They're not getting any louder. And why exactly does that matter? Please focus your attention on the incense the victim smelled. The scent grows stronger as the accused approaches. If the accused really had approached the victim, the sound of her footsteps would have grown louder as the scent of incense grew stronger. Why, that makes perfect sense. How can this be explained, your benevolence?
I don't know. I don't know.
Piece of candy. Well, there must be a reason.
Objection.
Objection. It is as they say, even a putrid worm of a lawyer will turn. What does that even mean? He's not exactly singing your praises, that's for sure. Still, we cannot discount this information solely on account of its lawyerly source. Your benevolence? Perhaps you must listen more carefully to the abbot's mitama. Listen more carefully? What's he talking about? Yes, it would appear so. Dun, dun, dun. Dun, dun, dun. I shall try to refine the sensation. Refine the sensation? I can more accurately gauge sensations by deepening my communication with the mitama. I didn't know you could do that. Why have we never done this before? By refining a sensation, a clearer picture of the truth can be discovered. Oh, blessed Mitama, I beseech you, hear me now and respond to my call. Footsteps changed into bells? What could this mean? But Maya was not wearing any bells, but the only bells at the scene of crime were... that jingling must have come from Abbot Inmi's bells. Okay. You mean those big things he had on his ankles? Well, there you have it. The sound of bells was from the high priest's own footsteps. Then that means... if the footsteps belonged to the victim himself, it means it was the victim who was moving, not the accused. They're gonna argue about the smell. The approaching smell of the robe. Or whatever you call this. The victim was the one who went running toward the broken lantern from the spring. A far cry from what our benevolence's insight would have us believe. But why would the victim have approached the accused? Maybe he was trying to defend himself. Please explain. He could have felt threatened by Lady Kira standing there with a dagger. If so, he might have thought to overpower her before she attacked. Still your voice is, this is nothing but a theory, and a poor one at that. Be not led astray by this lawyer's obvious postulation. Objection. While his insolence is inexcusable, I would ask that you calm yourself, your benevolence. Is there something you would care to say, Prosecutor Sadmati? Even if it was Abbot Inmi who moved, it does not negate the accused's crime. What do you mean? The accused was likely waiting for the high priest to approach. And as he neared, she plunged the dagger into him. It is as simple as that. Oh, right. It really doesn't change much, does it? Yes, it is as the prosecutor has said. In fact, it is as I meant to say all along as well. Yeah, well, figures. Right, and that's why you were so shocked when you first heard it. Understand now, lawyer, that contradiction you conjured up has come to naught. Once I hone my insights, it will vanish like the dying rays of the sun. Back at it again. As his life's blood spilled over, his vision dimmed till finally he passed from our world, etc., etc., etc. See, the fact that it was Abbott and me who moved changes nothing. Come on, Phoenix, you gotta keep your cool. That contradiction I pointed out must mean something. That one sensation changed after Princess Wraith. I've refined their vision. It stands to reason that something else might have changed too because of the refinement. I should focus on any sensations that have changed, while searching for more contradictions between them and her insights. Her insights. Okay, the victim commands purification right. As the first part, the transformation rite ended, he lowered the sutra. Suddenly, water? Bells, water. So he was walking backward and stepped in the pond. I think that's what that means. He did not go for the lantern, he stepped in water. So he went towards the fountain, I guess.
Objection!
Okay, there we go. I think I got it. Hold it! How do we know the purification rite was performed exactly as it was supposed to be? That's easy. The customs governing the rite are very clear, and Abbott Inby would have adhered to them. Well, that's strange. Mr. Wright, would you care to explain just what is so strange? Yes, I would ask you to consider the sound of the victim's footsteps. Bells and then water. And it's consistent with where we found the body as well. This... What's crack-a-lackin', homie? Hey, Monica. How's it going? How are you today? The sound of bells changes to the sound of water at one point. What's this? It's simple. The victim must have stepped in some water. Oh. Oh? More like oh. Yes, and the only source of water in the inner sanctum is the spring. And therein lies the contradiction. What contradiction? I believe the rite started out as it should have. The victim stood with his back to the spring, and the accused stood right in front of him. But we now know that the victim then moved into the spring. Polkunka, that is absurd. This means the accused's location differs from what her benevolence's insight indicates. You're good? I just got a new electric bike. You make me jelly again, I don't have one. These are expensive. That would make my life easier sometimes, getting to work. And then where do you propose the accused stood once she donned Lady Kira's robes? Based on the sound of the victim's footsteps, I believe Maya was standing here. I'll have to pay my dad back for 18 months, but it was on sale. Ah, okay. Ah, you have to pay him back now. Where was Maya based on the victim's footsteps? I don't know. Let me think. I don't know, the spring. Take that. Normally it costs 16,000, but it was put to 9,000, I guess, more or less. And I'll be paying back 500 each month. How much does that make? I need to convert to have an idea. Because it is true that they exist at many different prices, I guess. Ah, yeah, okay, yeah. Yeah, I see. About a little over 2,000 euros. Yeah, that's, yeah, I guess in the mid-range, I'd say. They can get cheaper than that, but then you don't get something really nice or really good. And they can get more expensive than that if you want one that's like really super fancy. With like electric brakes and the lights that you can turn on to signal that you're turning left and right, and the headlights and the little light at the back that turns on red when you apply brakes and that sort of thing. I've seen some that are very fancy and really impressive too. Until this moment, we've all just assumed that Abbott, Inby, and Miss Faye were standing where they were supposed to be, as shown in this rights guide. In short, the victim should have been standing with his back to the spring and the accused in front. It's the kind of price when you want a good electric bike that will hold for a long time. Yeah, I agree. It's true. He couldn't have stepped into the spring as he approached her. The problem is, the victim did step into the spring. This can only mean that Miss Faye had actually been standing in the water. But if this is true, then their positions would have been completely reversed. What is going on here, Miss Faye? Were you really standing in the spring? I'm sorry, but I barely remember anything about the rite. The High Priest would never make such an obvious blunder during a rite. What on earth? Is that even possible? Be that as it may, this does not overturn my insights. It doesn't? Let us say the accused was standing in the spring. So what? So what? This completely reverses their positions is what? That their positions differed from what is customary is rather curious. However, what does that change? It certainly does not erase the accused's brutal crime. I guess you have a point there. You lawyers are an absurd breed. Never thinking ahead, you cling to the first significant contradiction you can muster. Sounds like Princess Raifa has a pretty good grasp on what lawyers are all about. Oh Maya, where would I be without your brutally frank commentary right now? Is this contradiction really meaningless? But something really doesn't feel right. Excuse me. Okay, did I take a wrong turn somewhere? I will now amend my insight to account for this new truth. He rushed the accused and tried to fight her off by the poolside lantern. Okay. As his life's blood spilled over, etc., etc. Now the contradiction is no more. But the truth of the matter still stands, no matter how stubbornly you deny it. What do you have to say for yourself now, Mr. Wright? Nick! Your Majesty, this lawyer may have raised a trivial objection. But her benevolence's insights have no further inadequacies of any kind. Yes, so it would seem. Wait a second, but there is another contradiction. Still you flounder about, wretched beast. Though you wreck that putrid brain of yours, nothing worthwhile will come of it. Maya, please tell me you remember something that might help us out here. Sorry, I really don't remember a thing. But now that the place I was standing in has changed, who knows? That alone may cause a new discrepancy with Princess Refa's insights. That's right, we now know that Maya was standing in the spring. A major change like that could very well produce a contradiction. I should take another look at the inner sanctum diagram in the court record. And confirm where Maya and Abbott in me were standing. And then focus on finding any discrepancies between their positions and the insights. By the springside lantern, he says. She says. Actually, who died? A monk. What's his name again? Tarust in me. Yeah, that's his name. A high priest, more like. More than a monk. The high priest of the Korean religion, I guess. And Maya is the accused. Wind? Is that what's inconsistent? Maybe. What about the lantern? Oops. Excuse me. I need to have a look at the diagram he said. Right. So either here or here. Yeah, I guess with the curtain in the way, there would not have been any wind. Because the entire place is like closed off. Right? I guess that makes sense.
Objection!
No, that's not it. I made a mistake.
Your benevolence!
God damn it. Inconsistent, I think not. Wait a second. Okay. Exactly. Yeah, but we know it's gonna get rejected anyway. I made a mistake. That's a bad mistake. But this is the one that I have to disagree with. No, wait a second. The lantern? Sight?
Objection!
Ah, okay. That's what I had wrong. Your benevolence, I found a new contradiction. You did? No doubt it is but another of your vile attempts to slander my insights. Nope, take a good look at what the victim saw. It just might change your mind. The lantern flame behind the accused was flickering. There is nothing unusual about that, especially as the wind had stirred. No, that's where you're wrong. If the accused had been standing in the spring, then what you see here should be one of the lanterns flanking the statue. I failed to see your point. My point is, something is wrong here. The two lanterns flanking the statue were both outfitted with glass wind guards. Yeah, there's that too. So it could only have been the broken one. And it was already broken before the fight. So neither lantern's flame should have been flickering in the wind in the first place. Ah, okay. Well, actually, I selected the right thing without exactly understanding what I was doing. She seems pretty tickled, Nick. I don't remember saying anything funny. I failed to see what you wish to prove here, but... Very well. I shall refine the vision and reveal the truth for all to see. Oh, blessed Mitama, I beseech you. Fix your sight upon the lantern there. That lantern doesn't have a wind guard on it. And rightly so. For the wind guard was removed to reveal the secret flame within for the rite of fire. But it comes later. Doesn't it come later in the order of the rites? Hold on. Isn't there a document that describes them all? So which one is it, this one? Full moon, curtain. Ah, wait a second. There was something about the rite of fire down there. The ceremony ends with the rite of fire, in which the priestess circles the sacred flames to purify her soul. Or so it says. It begins with the transformation rite. The high priest reads the scripture, while the priestess dons the robes of Lady Kira. Unless it's they already remove the wind guards before the whole ceremony even starts. But there's something a bit weird there, though. Therefore, there is nothing odd about the flame flickering. Say what? But when we searched the crime scene, those lanterns had their wind guards on. That's because the police put them back on. The sacred flames have burned uninterrupted for hundreds of years, Defense. We could not risk them being extinguished even during an investigation. That would never fly back home. Well, Barbed Head, are you done quibbling? If so, then it is time to bow down before this testimony of the Mitama. Nick, don't worry, Maya. I'm just getting started. Alright, let's go over everything we know so far. Maya was wearing Lady Kira's robes and standing in a spring. The High Priest is thought to have been moving toward her. So I should look for sensations that stand in contradiction to this arrangement. I won't give up. I'm going to find a contradiction that will undermine the accusation against Maya. It's broken here. No? Isn't it broken? And how about later? And there it's not broken. So what, he spun around then, so he was not facing the same way anymore. No, I'm too far into it already. It's when he looks. No, it's on the previous site or whatever. Yeah,
Objection!
that's it. What could this possibly mean? That lantern clearly contradicts the insight. But this contradiction will overturn the entire case I've been building. Are you alright, Mr. Wright? Are you alright, Mr. Wright? 1 minute you shout out and in the next you fall silent. Perhaps it is like the bellow of one who is barreling down a hill with no way of stopping. Is that not right, prosecutor? Said Maddie. Don't get cold feet now, Phoenix. Even if this overturns the entire case you've built so far, the only way is to keep moving forward, because that's where we'll find the truth. Sorry, but I'm not barreling down a hill. In fact, I'm in full control of everything with the indisputable contradiction I found. Is that so? The lantern behind the accused clearly, no, blatantly contradicts your insight. Does it now? One of the lanterns of the entrance side of the inner sanctum was broken. And if you watch what Abbott in me saw in his final moments, it was not broken anymore. One minute it's broken, and then it's not anymore. You will notice that the lantern behind the praying form of Miss Faye is broken. The lantern behind Lady Kira, however, is still intact. In short, we are seeing two different lanterns in this seance vision. How could this be? And even if it were so, how would that contradict my insights? Come on, Phoenix. Let me start by saying the claim I'm about to raise will overturn the case I've built thus far. Will the defense please explain himself? Based on the broken lantern, we can tell Maya and Abbott in me's positions. Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, okay. This one. Where the accused and the victim were standing. But did you not just finish asserting that the accused was standing somewhere else? I did, and I built my argument on that faulty premise. But thankfully, it has led us here. To the actual spot where Maya Fey was standing. I must say, if the defense keeps changing its assertions in such a capricious manner, its credibility may come into question. I'm willing to take that risk, Your Majesty, because I believe this will be the last time. I'd like to start by pointing out the actual spot where the accused was standing. Very well. Show us where you now believe the accused was actually standing. Between the bottom two lanterns, I guess, by the entrance. Somewhere down there.
Take that!
Or thereabouts. And you are sure it was there? But come on! Come on! What, I was not pinpoint on it? But yeah, the broken lantern, yeah. Oh, what, right between the two? I'm gonna save before I show, because... Oh, what, here? I was too low? She's not exactly by the lantern either. She appeared to be between the two.
Take that!
And now it's correct. I was just a little too far down, but she appeared to be a little further back from where the guy was watching, so... I wasn't thinking straight before, but now it's all falling into place. We know the victim had stepped into the spring. That means Maya Fey had to have been standing in the water as he approached. However, his memory, which has only now become clear, reveals that Miss Fey was standing by the side of the broken lantern. In other words... Right, she was standing where she was supposed to be according to custom. Does that not bring us back to the very beginning? No, this is where things take a different turn. And I mean that literally. The victim had to have been moving toward the spring. That means that while he was moving, he had his back turned toward the accused. What's this? Do you mean to say the victim turned around during the rite? But such an image appears nowhere in the seance vision. Yeah, because he's looking down at the sutra. Actually, it does appear. It's just that no one noticed until now. No one noticed? How could no one have noticed something so big? His field of vision is covered by the sutra in front of his eyes. Yeah, there was a moment when the scripture the victim was holding was all we could see. Thanks to that, none of us could tell that he was in fact turning around in that moment.
Objection!
If it is as the defense asserts, then her benevolence's insights no longer make sense. How do you intend to explain that? I don't need to explain anything because it's just as you said, Prosecutor Maddie. Her benevolence's insights don't make any sense because they contain a huge error. Such insolence! A huge error, you say? Do explain. I'm gonna save, because I don't want to make another mistake. Overwrite the selected save data. The order of the rites, the crime scene, the number of people there. Yeah, the number of people there. I believe this is what happened at the scene of the crime. The victim was reading the sutra, when suddenly he sensed someone behind him. Nahyuta! He was so silent I didn't know he was the prosecutor. Yeah, he hasn't said anything in a little bit, has he? Wishing to see who it was, he approached the robed figure. That's when he was stabbed. This cannot be! Oh, but it can, and it is. The insight stating the accused stabbed the victim is wrong. And that is the real truth lying behind this testimony of the dead. Polunka. No? Is it something like that? Polkunka. Yeah. Are you suggesting that there was someone else at the scene of the crime? Have I misunderstood the voice of the Mitama yet again? This cannot be! Boom, I guess. Phew, that was a close one. But I managed to divine the true meaning behind the seance vision somehow. I should add these new facts to the court record. Your benevolence, please allow me to take it from here. I will overturn the brash accusations of this faithless, putrid-minded lawyer. Rafa is weak as hell. She's only 14, though. I mean, let's cut her some slack, I suppose. She's young. Yes, I shall place my trust in you. Are you sure about this, Prosecutor Sanmati? My work as an international prosecutor has taken me to courtrooms around the world. And in that time I have learned to perform last rites for souls in trials lacking a seance. My words still stand. You think you should be stronger for a 14-year-old? I won't argue. Yes, of course, forgive my ludicrous inquiry. Moreover, I have with me a forensic investigator from overseas. I will show you all the most magnificent last rites ever seen. I guess he really does think highly of Emma and her forensic expertise. I'm impressed that he's come to understand their value. Then again, he is an international prosecutor who solved cases around the world. yeah, I know you're joking. Time to hunker down, huh? Now then, let us continue with today's proceedings. Could the defense please tell us who the third party dressed as Lady Kira was? Your new claim has negated the insights of the royal priestess, so I trust you have some evidence to support it, correct? Yes, of course. The third party must have really wanted to kill the high priest. I might be able to identify who it was if I had evidence of their murderous intent. Well, we're waiting, Mr. Wright. The The evidence that can reveal the identity of the third party is this. I have an idea, but I'm not sure. The letter. This.
Take that!
I think this is it, yeah. 3 days before the purification rite, the victim received a warning letter from an unidentified individual. Can't read.
He did?
Whoever sent it clearly meant to threaten the high priest. The letter said, "Do not perform the rite." But the rite went on as scheduled. I believe that is why the high priest was murdered. Who do you suppose sent that letter? A person with something to hide. The rebel hunter disguised as Lady Kira herself.
Peace!
I don't understand. I had heard that Lady Kira that has been in the news of late only hunted rebels. If so, why would she have killed the high priest? Excellent question. Maybe it would help to think of it this way. What if the high priest had secretly been a rebel?
The high priest? He couldn't possibly have been a rebel.
The high priest, a devout follower of Kurayanism, a rebel? Do you even comprehend the blasphemy of which you speak?
Well, do you?
I too found it hard to believe at first. But as I continued my investigation, it started to become more and more plausible. The third party was the rebel hunting Lady Kira, and the high priest was a rebel. Your mockery of Kurayanism, no. Of the kingdom of Kurayan itself knows no bounds.
Whoops!
That shameless Ponkanan warrior is making a mockery of our religion. As a faithful Kurayanist, I take issue with these claims. And I am loath to admit them into today's proceedings. I don't like where this is going. The defense's claims are but vile blasphemy tantamount to spitting on the Holy Mother. Is it really that big of a deal, Maya? Abbot in me was a distinguished monk and very well respected too, so yeah. Please don't let this turn into an international incident. But fear not, good people of Kurayan, the rantings of this putrid-brained lawyer who seeks to sully the soul of the deceased shall come to no avail once I conclude these last rites. The prosecution's assertion that the accused killed the victim remains unchanged. His complicated words are hard to pronounce, but the victim was stabbed in his abdomen. How is that possible when he had his back turned toward Miss Faye? Someone else must have killed him. Are you sure about that? You may have invalidated the seance, but do not let it go to your putrid head. The karmic flow of this trial is as yet still in my hands. How can he be so confident? Something has occurred to me, you see. And your allegations of a third party are but a deluded fantasy. And I shall prove that by calling a new witness to the stand. Stop using complicated words. An eyewitness who will deliver a definitive answer that will dispel the defense's doubts. If there's an eyewitness, that means there was a third party. An eyewitness. Very well, let us call this eyewitness to the stand. Oh, no, not him. Who is he, anyway? He was like, do you know me before? Or don't you recognize me, or something. It's him again. Well now, he has to be the shaggiest witness I have ever laid eyes upon. Please state your name and occupation. Oh, You know, that's so-and-so. Whatchamacallit. Anonymous TBD. At least that's what they've been calling me. He looks like one of those dogs with a lot of fur, yeah. Which you wonder how they can see anything. But yeah, that thing he was doing right there, I think that's some kind of a Buddhist dance or something. Like the flow of the key in the air or something. TBD as in to be determined? Can't you just tell us your real name? The witness has suffered a blow to the head, rendering him amnesiac. Therefore, I named him Anonymous TBD in my report, but he thinks TBD is part of his name. If he can't remember his name, how do you expect him to remember the scene? You're letting an amnesiac testify? Yeah. I have no fear. I have already questioned him at length. I'm sure you have. While it is true he has utterly forgotten his name and past, his memory of what he witnessed is still very much intact. Considering the death of information, any new knowledge may be of help. Specifically, it reminds me of the dog from Disney's animated Little Mermaid. I would have to look at it. Ah, yeah. Yeah, that one, yeah. Okay. Yeah, it's been a very, very, very long time since I've seen it, so, yeah, I probably couldn't have remembered what he looks like if I hadn't looked it up. Considering the dearth of information. Yeah, okay. Any new knowledge may be of help. I don't know how I read that before, but I think it's dearth. Therefore, I will permit his testimony. Now, Mr. Immis, please tell us what you saw. I'm not sure why, but as soon as I saw him, I saw that dog in my head. You may have watched it more than I have, also. I haven't seen The Little Mermaid in years. Well, or maybe you were marked in your memory more by the dog than I was. I can't even remember what the role of the character is in the movie. The night of the murder. That night, I was up at the top of Mount Pony Pony, the mountain next to the inner sanctum. I hate crowds, so I climbed up there to pray in peace. I know it's a no-no, but since there was no one around, I used my binoculars to spy on the right at the inner sanctum. That's when I saw the accused. He couldn't have done that because the altitude is different. That's impossible. That's when I saw the accused stab the high priest with a dagger. If I show the flyer that explains the altitude of both, I should be able to explain that he couldn't have seen that. There's no way you saw Miss Face stab the victim with a dagger. I swear I don't know what he's talking about, or don't remember at any rate. I did watch it a lot as a kid. It was my friend's favorite Disney princess. One of my cousins watched it a lot. I mean, it was sort of new at the time too, because it's one of those movies that was like new when I was little. So I'm pretty sure she must have had the VHS or something like that, and she played it on loop a lot. And I think I actually never watched it other than with her at her house. So because it's not one that we had at home when I was little. Mount Pony Pony, the beautiful mountain that is also known as the Little Sanctum. Look at the height difference. How could he have watched it? There was a curtain all around it. They must be talking about that smaller mountain from the poster. Mr. Immis, I was wondering, what can I do you for? The inner sanctum lies at a high elevation where clouds and fog can obscure the view. Are you sure you were able to see what happened from the mountaintop next to it? Good point. His Magistry raises an excellent question. Well, Mr. Immis? I played Barbie as Rapunzel on VHS so much I ended up breaking it. That one, I must say, I have never watched. I don't know it. What's the name of the Disney? No, it's not. Is it Disney? Tangled. Is it Disney Tangled or is it DreamWorks? Actually, I don't know. I'm not sure. I think it's Disney. I think it's a Pixar movie, but I'm not sure. That one I did see, but not Barbie as Rapunzel, I'm afraid. On the day of the ride, there wasn't a cloud in the sky. Tangled is Disney. I had a perfect view. If you don't believe me, check the weather forecast in the paper that day. Nick, don't we have the newspaper for that day? Yeah, let's take a look. Weather forecast: the area around the inner sanctum will enjoy calm, clear skies today. The warmer temperature will make for excellent prayer weather. Be warned, however, that we'll see a cold front move in overnight. It does say calm, clear skies, doesn't it? See, told you so. May 9th, newspaper updated in the court record. Okay. Barbie as Rapunzel is pretty old compared to Tangled. I imagine it would be, yeah. It's not that old, I guess, Tangled. Although, yeah, well, I imagine it's already been more than 10 years now. 10 to 15 years, perhaps. Something like that. Well, it would appear the witness has offered testimony worth hearing. Mr. Immis, I, too, have a question for you. Didn't you already question the witness? Well, that's what I'm here for, right? Shoot. How was the accused holding the dagger? Was she holding it underhanded? Its blade protruding from the bottom of her hand? Yep, I believe she was. It's called a reverse grip. He's gonna argue that she attacked him from behind, like to stab him in the stomach, or like she did that movement from right next to him or something. Damn, Tangled came out in 2010. Yeah, I figured it must be 10 to 15 years. That's how long it felt. Although I guess it could feel like it was not that long ago. I thought as much. Hold it right there. What bearing does that have on this case? Cease your interruptions, you putrid-headed lawyer. Do you not see the significance in how the blade was held? Why don't you enlighten me, oh enlightened one? Feh, I knew you were a fool. I could already picture you in your next life. Next life? Yes, after your soul writhes for centuries in the pits of hell. You shall be reborn as a witless sea urchin, with barbs limited to your posterior. You shall live a short, inconsequential life, only to be brutally devoured by a sea otter. That was a bit excessive. I simply asked what the dagger grip had to do with the case. Now, pay attention. How the accused held the dagger is of vital importance. With such information, we can infer exactly what actions she took. You are saying that the victim was killed while he had his back to the accused. I feel so old all of a sudden. I'm sorry for having brought that to mind, Monica. Is that correct? Yes. As such, the accused's dagger grip tells us something very important. The accused approached the victim from behind, swung her arms around him, and plunged the dagger deep into his abdomen using a reverse grip. What? Thus, Mr. Immis's testimony clears up any doubts that might remain. He's just making stuff up. Ha ha ha. And it coincides with her benevolence's insights as well. This is a disaster. I thought I'd blown those insights out of the water, but now they're back to haunt me. Now then, the defense may cross-examine the witness. I was, what, 12? And now I'm 25? Where did the time go? Ugh. Yeah, but age doesn't matter, Monica. Don't worry. You're still a wonderful person. You don't have to worry about it. It's just a number. That night, I was up at the top of Mount Pony Pony, the mountain next to the inner sanctum. Ah, yeah, I have to use the mouse on this one. I hate crowds, so I climbed up there to pray in peace. I know it's a no-no, but since there was no one around, I used my binoculars to spy on the right at the inner sanctum. Don't I have something that shows that he couldn't have seen it? The ritual curtain? I'm gonna save, because I'm not sure if this is what I'm supposed to show. To present. No, not that. Hold on. Hold on.
Objection!
Yeah, that seemed to make sense right from the start. Your Majesty, I had my doubts about this bushy-bearded witness, but now I know we can't trust him. What? You ain't just judging me solely on my bodacious beard, are ya? What does bodacious mean? Bodacious? What's that? He speaks fancy as well. Excellent, admirable, or attractive. Okay. Okay. As in, bodacious babes is the example they use on Google, okay? Ooh, what bodacious babes. I've never seen, and I've never heard anyone use that term, but I guess some people do. Okay. Whatever. Ace Attorney will teach you many words. Yep. Not at all, Mr. Immis. It's much more than your sketchy appearance. It's your sketchy testimony. It's rather old, isn't it? What is rather old? What, the word? Or you mean the game? The game is not that old. I mean, it's 6 years old. It's not like vocabulary has evolved all that much, I suppose, in those 6 years. It's testimony, you say? Yes, recall how the inner sanctum was that day. Specifically, that it was completely enclosed by the ritual curtain. Why, yes, I believe you're right. Bodacious. It isn't something you hear much anyways. Yeah, that's what I was getting at. Yeah, I've never heard the word before. But the example that they use on Google, like bodacious babes. Okay. Seems like a juxtaposition of two words that are from completely different time periods, know what I mean? The curtain would have completely blocked the witness's view from Mount Pony Pony. Like an old person trying to describe beautiful ladies would use like bodacious and say babes to sound like young or something. Hang loose isn't something you hear people use nowadays. I suppose so, yeah. But the meaning is easy enough to understand though. Hang loose. I suppose. The curtain would have completely blocked the witness's view from Mount Pony Pony. I also assume, this is just an assumption on my part, but given that this part of the game takes place in a part that is more traditional, like if you compare it from a Japanese perspective, that would be like, I don't know, Kyoto, for example, like with all its temples and things like that. So the local people would have a stereotype because they have all these like old monuments around them that they respect tradition more, that they would talk in a more fancy way, like outdated way, I suppose. But transposing that to the English language when they localized the game, they would have had to give those characters words in English that are more like fallen out of use, I suppose. I don't know. I might not be making much sense right now because I have a hard time explaining, but it's making sense in my head anyway. It's more isolated, yeah, I suppose. The curtain would have completely blocked the witness's view from Mount Pony Pony. Therefore, he couldn't possibly have seen the murder happen. Hoo-ha! Mr. Immis, have you been knowingly making false statements to this court? So likely words and things come later on compared to other places. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I got me. The witness will lower his voice. I didn't actually see the accused herself. He didn't actually see the accused herself? What's that supposed to mean? Let me set the record straight, I beg ya. Excuse me, there's something I need to check real quick before we move on. Bear with me. Looks so proud, like I didn't actually see her face. Like, wow, that's so like a dog. I had hair in my eyes. Excuse me. Oops. I don't, never mind. Okay, excuse me. Back to the game. I saw their shadowy silhouettes projected against the ritual curtain. The figures were created by the light of the full moon on that clear and still night. She was just a shadow, but I could tell it was the accused reverse gripping that dagger. Okay. Shadows, that's what you saw? That's right. I could see what was going on by the shadows projected onto the ritual curtain. In the future, Mr. Immis, I would rather you offer up accurate testimony from the start. Anonymous is basically a dog. Though he saw but shadows, it is still valuable testimony. You have to be kidding me. What are we going to do now, Nick? All I can think of is to look for inconsistencies between the actual rite and what Mr. Immis says he saw. Now then, the defense may cross-examine the witness once more. Shadows, he says. Would the lanterns have been lit? Well, yeah, but we've seen them lit up already in the seance before, so. The light of the full moon. But the full moon was not placed in such a way that he would have been able to see it, though. This case is pretty strange if I remember correctly, so hang in there. I believe I have something that disproves this already. It's in the guide, maybe. Uh-huh. Is that it? Do I have to present this? Present this.
Objection!
Okay, that's good. You saw silhouettes projected by the moonlight. But the moon would not have projected the shadows towards the side that he could have seen. They would have been projected towards the furthest away curtain, which he wouldn't have been able to see from where he was standing, is what I was getting at. Sorry, but that's just not possible. What do you mean? How is it not possible that it was totally possible? That's impossible. Wait, what? I think I'm going to need a logicalese translation on that. Let's take a look at this rite's guide, shall we, Mr. Immis? The rite is held when the moon is directly over the summit of Mount Pony Pony. Ah, yeah. Yeah, okay. Doot. So if the moon was shining from the west, any shadows would have been cast eastward. Mr. Immis was standing to the west of the inner sanctum on Mount Pony Pony. Oh, holy mother. That's right, our witness here couldn't have seen any shadowy figures on that curtain. He's just gonna argue that it was the light of the lanterns casting the shadows or something. No way! Perhaps it was the sacred flames of the lanterns that cast the shadows he saw. I'm afraid not. I inspected them during my investigation, but the flames were too small to cast the crisp, distinct figures Mr. Immis claims to have seen.
But I did see those silhouettes, really.
But how could he, Nick? Maybe it was someplace where they were visible? Wait, don't tell me. Your Majesty, if Mr. Immis really did see those shadows, it brings a brand new fact to light.
And that would be?
The brand new fact that comes to light if Mr. Immis really did see those shadows is... he was somewhere else. Where those flags were. Those, wait. These. Sanctum prayer flags. Prayer flags found outside on the ritual curtain. They have been sewn together into a long banner. He was there. I guess. Maybe he had these so he wouldn't get cold? I don't know. He wasn't where he claimed to be at the time of the murder. Oh, then where do you propose the witness was? How long do you think you'll keep streaming for? I would like ideally to get to the end of this section of the trial. Up to the point where it says next chapter or something like that. That way I would have played at least 2 chapters in that episode, so to speak. Oh, then where do you propose the witness was? Also, it's good that I wasn't streaming this afternoon instead today because I kept having disconnections this afternoon. Actually, there were problems on the network with my ISP. I kept being disconnected, so I wouldn't have been able to stream anyway. So, to make up for the fact that I couldn't stream this afternoon, I can't stream a bit later tonight, I suppose. I mean, I hope you can watch till the end, but I can understand also if you feel tired and need to sleep. Some place where you could have seen the shadow figures, naturally. Wait, you mean... not Mount Pony Pony? None of the mountains east of the inner sanctum are close enough for a good view. That leaves only the one place he could have clearly seen the shadows from. And where might that be? This is where Mr. Immis was at the time of the murder. The High Priest's home. Are you kidding me? The inner sanctum. Mr. Immis was at the inner sanctum, just outside the curtain on the east side. That's the only place from which he could have seen the shadowy figures.
Hoo-ha!
Really? Wow, I didn't even think of that. But wasn't the inner sanctum off limits to all but the victim and the accused? And the third party who was there, you mean? I get the feeling that's a subject Prosecutor Sadmati would rather not touch right now. Ah, you mean... That's right, this witness was at the scene of the crime. Which means he is the mysterious third party we saw during the divination seance. Does he come across like a criminal to you? Does he seem like someone intelligent enough to commit murder? Don't know. He doesn't strike me as the kind. He could be the one who dressed as Lady Kira and killed the High Priest.
Googie!
What?
Objection.
No one but 2 participants were allowed anywhere near the inner sanctum. And the only way up there are the stairs that start down at the Plaza of Devotion. So tell me, how do you propose the witness entered that secret space? He used the banner! He must have, I haven't thought that far ahead. Sanctum has sheer cliffs on 3 sides and a steep towering rock face on the other. No one could have made it there by climbing the faces of those cliffs. His Majesty speaks true. To say Mr. Immis was at such an inaccessible location is but a bit to tarnish his credibility. Or he made a hot air balloon, and that's what we saw. I don't know. Is that not right? Right. I wasn't at the inner sanctum. No sir, no how. At least I'm pretty sure I wasn't. You're amnesiac. How do you know? Then what about those silhouettes you claim to have seen? I'm starting to think I've been imagining things. What? This is insane. I knew we couldn't trust that lawyer. He's trying to frame the witness.
Peace! Peace, I say!
This is impossible. Unless I can show how he got to the inner sanctum. It just looks like I'm trying to slander Mr. Immis. Yeah. I believe in you, Nick. Rah, rah, sis, boom, bah. Fight, fight, Phoenix Wright. Okay, I don't know how that's supposed to sound. Just look at the accused. Has she no shame? What's your problem, lady? Phoenix Wright is very trustworthy, I'll have you know. She's got some nerve for a criminal. I bet that lawyer poisoned her mind. Please, Maya, you're only making it worse. I appreciate the vote of confidence, but it's probably best to keep it to yourself for now. I would advise the defense to think carefully before making any more sudden outbursts. Yes, Your Majesty. If I wasn't the bad guy before, I definitely am now. Now, Mr. Immis, I would like you to think back carefully before you testify next about where you were that night. Witness testimony. I wasn't at the inner sanctum. I was never at the inner sanctum, I tell ya. That much I'm sure of, even with the fuzzy memory. Besides, it would have been impossible to get there in the first place. Boy, you lawyers sure are scary. I guess it might have been impossible for him to get to the inner sanctum like he claims, but... Now, will you desist in trying to frame this innocent witness? He was there nonetheless, we just have to prove how we did it. Mr. Wright, is it not time to end these cross-examinations? A moment of desperation leads to 100 million years of torment. It means that for each moment a sinner spends struggling to deny their sins, 100 million years of torment are added to their time in hell. Koreanism is the strictest religion ever. And just so you know, you've already accrued 200 million extra years. Plus the 500 million years they started with, that's 700 million years. Sure, what's another 200 million, give or take? Well, it's a big deal to me. I can't keep saying that the witness was there at the inner sanctum if I can't prove it. The problem is, how am I going to do that? I think it shouldn't be too hard. Well, it's likely not that. It's that one. You could have climbed using this. It's a possibility. Don't think I have to press anything. I think I only have to present this.
Objection!
No. Okay. That would be too simple. I guess I should press then. No! I didn't mean to do that. No. No. I wonder if it really was impossible for you to get to the inner sanctum. If you have something to say, just say it. Couldn't there have been another way to get there? A way that wouldn't attract attention? No, there isn't. Which means there is. Perhaps the defense would share its theory with us. I don't even have a wild guess, let alone a theory though. Time to reach into my bag of bluffs. To reach the inner sanctum without attracting any attention. You climbed up the cliff. You fell from the sky. It sounds far-fetched. Him climbing up the cliffs in that cold, freezing weather. Using just a banner. But hey, it's all I have. No one would have noticed if he had scaled up the side of the mountain. You could have snuck into the inner sanctum that way. Har 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 har. Cliff face is all loose and crumbling right there. Even a pro mountain climber couldn't have made it up that way. Use the banner. Everyone here in Korean knows that. But let us forgive the defense's ignorance. He's a foreigner after all. Why doesn't anyone ever tell me these things? Tough luck, lawyer. I couldn't have gotten up to the inner sanctum by scaling the cliff. Please add that to your testimony, Mr. Immis. And there I might be able to present that. Okay. I'll save anyway, just to be sure.
Objection!
No, still not that. Okay. Still not that, huh? Do I have the wrong idea? They say it's a banner. You couldn't use that to parachute yourself, I suppose. If I press it again, can I pick another one of the three options? Can I change that? Maybe you fell from the sky? The lawyer thinks he's a comedian now. I was wondering what crazy theory you would propose next. Well, defense, let's hear it. Mr. Immis could have, parachuted down. We already know the weather was clear and there was no wind to speak of. Perfect weather for skydiving, I'd say. If he came down from the prison, which was supposed to be higher up in altitude... Now that you have been backed into a corner, your delusions grow even more delusional. The inner sanctum is on a tiny ledge upon a sheer cliff over 2,000 meters tall. One misstep and a skydiver would soon find themselves in the Twilight Realm. Unless the banner, what they call a banner, was used as a parachute. I thought when they said banner that it was a long, thin thing that would have been used as a rope. A very long one. But I guess if it was more large than long, or just about as long as large, it could have been used as a parachute, I suppose. Yeah, I don't care how still the wind was, even I couldn't have made that jump. Excuse me. Excuse me. That is Royal Penitentiary number 4. Oh, right. Princess Raifa mentioned there was a prison up there. How do you get your prisoners up there anyway? Hey, maybe he's a prisoner. And all his hair is because he never shaved in prison. Maybe he is, where is that? Where is that thing? That? But I can't look at it in closer detail, I guess. A wanted poster describing the escaped prisoner mentions a sizable reward. Yeah. Maybe it's him. He let it grow so that the wanted posters would not be accurate to what he looks like now. By helicopter, but only with authorization from the Minister of Justice, he's the only one who can approve flights that pass over the inner sanctum. Might I also add defense that no parachute or any other equipment necessary for skydiving has been found. Are you saying I flew down there by flapping my arms? I may be an incredible dude, but even I'm not capable of that. Well, please add that statement to your testimony, Mr. Immis. Okay, and I'm gonna attempt a third time. It's gotta work at some point. It has to work at some point. And now is the time. Go on. Work.
Objection!
Ah, finally. Thought so. Mr. Immis is right. He couldn't have skydived down there without any gear. Well now, finally come around, have ya? Now you see that I couldn't have possibly been there at the inner sanctum. Right, if you didn't have any gear, that is. What on earth are you talking about? That overreaction is a dead giveaway that I'm on the right track. Take a look at this piece of evidence. Those are prayer flags, are they not? Yes, but they have been sewn together to create one big banner, a banner that could also function like a parachute. Paul Kunka! The people of Khura'in are so used to seeing prayer flags that the police didn't even think twice about these flags during their investigation. No, this cannot be. The witness landed at the inner sanctum by using these prayer flags as a parachute. Is that not right, Mr. Immis? There's no way out. I'm surrounded. Mr. Immis? All this talk's jogged my memory. I guess I was there at the inner sanctum after all. Grrr. As I suspected, there were 3 people there that night. You did it, Nick. You weren't wrong after all. Thanks. Mr. Immis, you were the one disguised as Lady Kira that night, weren't you? What? No way, no how. It's like this, oh yeah. I was only there at the inner sanctum by accident. By accident? Exactly. And that thing's not a parachute, it's a homemade paraglider. A paraglider? Are you telling me you could fly using that patchwork mess of material? It may not look like much, but it's as sturdy as can be. I rode the wind like an eagle, going higher and higher from my earthly launching point. But then something happened that forced me to land at the inner sanctum. So you just happened to land there? You expect me to believe that? Now, please calm yourself, Mr. Wright. That is... However, the fact that the witness was at the inner sanctum is crucial testimony indeed, and it certainly warrants further explication. Not explanation, explication. Therefore, let's continue with more testimony. That sounds like it would be an old word, too. Explication. The process of analyzing and developing an idea or principle in detail, yeah. But is it not like an old word? I mean, I knew what it meant without any need to look up the thing, but... Or maybe there's a subtle difference that I did not know about. Anyway, why I was at the inner sanctum. That evening I was enjoying a trek through the night sky with my homemade paraglider. But just as Mount Pony Pony was drawing near, something terrible happened. An accident forced me to make an emergency landing at the inner sanctum. As I landed, I banged my head, causing me to lose my memory. So you see, I ended up at the inner sanctum purely by accident. Mr. Immis, you failed to mention any of this during your pre-trial questioning. Can't be helped. I mean, I'm just remembering it now. Continue such slipshod. Yet another word. Slipshod testimony, and you will be cast into the hell of hangnails. Slipshod. Slipshod definition. Characterized by a lack of care, thought, or organization. Okay. Similar to careless or lackadaisical. Oh man, that's another word. Or that's something that also can be said of shoes worn down at the heel. It's slipshod heels. Okay, there we go. Where you shall have hangnails grown and ripped out for 800 million years. Hoorah! I think I'll pass on that. Looks like that prosecutor set Maddie off guard. This is my chance to rip his case to shreds. Now here, I don't know exactly what I'm looking for. I guess I really have to analyze every word he says. Excuse me, something I need to check. Okay. My mistake. Okay, excuse me. That evening I was enjoying a trek through the night sky with my paraglider, but just as Mount Pony Pony was drawing near, something terrible happened. Just as it was drawing near... He came from the side of Mount Pony Pony? How does that work? Or he was trying to land there? Or so he claims? What did you bang your head on? I might have to press a couple things here. Well, this, for example.
Hold it!
Something terrible happened. Exactly, and when I say terrible, I mean terrible. What? Was there something unexpected near Mount Pony Pony? What was it again? Wait, you don't remember? Let's just say it was terrible. He's not gonna go into more detail. Darn! What accident?
Hold it!
What exactly was this accident you had? Good question. Now, what was it again? Wind? Oh yeah, it was a wind. And not just any wind, but a sudden gale force wind made me lose control. The wind was strong enough to make you lose control? You got that right. Okay then, please add that to your testimony. But the weather forecast said that there wasn't supposed to be any wind, so he's lying again. Hold on. It's in the... Weather forecast, yeah. Calm, clear skies, the warmer temperature will make for excellent prayer. Be warned, however, that we'll see a cold front move in overnight. Yeah, that doesn't say anything about winds, I suppose. Although they say calm skies, so... I don't know. I'm not sure that this is what I have to show.
Objection!
Ah, no, that was it. Okay. I wasn't 100% sure. We have a saying in my country, Mr. Immis, one lie begets another. Huh? What's that supposed to mean? It means someone caught lying will lie again in an attempt to conceal their first lie. In other words, this current testimony is just a blatant lie you're telling to cover your tracks. What did you just say? You claimed gale force winds caused you to lose control, but this newspaper has the weather report for the day of the murder. It says, the area around the inner sanctum will enjoy calm, clear skies today. Polkunka! Why, I do believe it does say that. We've established that earlier during the trial, so it's not like it's even old news. One lie begets another, that makes sense, bud. Lie, a liar, pants on fire. Is it really a saying back home? I've never heard of it. Yeah, I kind of made that one up. For real. Maya. Still so charming. Your Majesty. She's a ton of fun. The witness's testimony contains another flaw, one that's even more fatal to his cause. More fatal, you say? The defense will explain himself at once. Mr. Immis claims he was flying up around the inner sanctum with his paraglider, but it would have been impossible to get all the way up there without any wind. Why, yes, I believe you're right. But we know the witness was at the inner sanctum, so... Mr. Immis, how did you get there and from where? From the prison! Without any wind, they couldn't have flown up there from the bottom of the mountain. By process of elimination, the only starting point that makes any sense is up. Your Majesty, I believe I have the answer to your question. To reach the inner sanctum, Mr. Immis must have launched himself from here.
Take that!
Hoo-ha! Are you insane? That's where I came from? If you couldn't have come from below, the only other option is from above. So you see, Anonymous came down from Royal Penitentiary number 4. From there, he could have easily reached the inner sanctum by parachute. And that means he might have also killed the High Priest. What? Mr. Immis worried the third party at the inner sanctum, and the one behind the warning to hold the right that the victim received. That might make sense. He would not have wanted anyone to be at the inner sanctum if he was gonna escape the prison. As above, so below. What's that supposed to mean, Monica? Is that from something? A reference that I don't understand? And the one behind the warning to hold the rights that the victim received. Was it you we saw in this fandom memory? Are you the rebel hunter, Lady Kira? Hoo-ha! It's a movie? It's the title of a movie? As above, so below? Maybe I know it, but I just kind of typed it before thinking. Ah, okay. Maybe I know it under a different title if it's been translated to something different in French. Hold on, because it might be called something different. Oh yeah, okay. The title in French is like nothing to do with it. Okay, but it's still not something that I've seen. I hate it when they translate when they change the titles of movies to something completely different for us. It just makes me angry. I hate it. It's disrespectful. Hey, Mr. Prosecutor, sir, help me out here. You did it. You finally left him speechless. It takes place in the French catacombs, I believe. Well, the French title is Catacombe, which means catacombs. So, but it's not a French movie, though, is it? I don't think. No, it's an American movie. Oh, okay. Ah, yes, it is about the Paris catacombs. Yeah, okay. Well, it does take place, at least in part, there. Well, anyway, they changed the title to simply Catacombs, I guess, in French. Oh, come on, Mr. Prosecutor Man. Thank you for the follow, Dova. How's it going? Quiet, you fool. You should use this time to prepare yourself for what is to come. For a fate far worse than hangnail hell awaits you now. Well done, defense. I must concede this point to you. The witness did in fact descend to the inner sanctum from Royal Penitentiary number 4. Kinda boring thing to change it to. Yeah, and unfortunately more often than not that is the case. Huh. He didn't even put up a fight this time. That's awfully generous of him. But if you are as perceptive as you seem, then surely you've already figured out the riddle. The riddle of Anonymous's true identity. He's the escaped prisoner! Oh, his true identity? Not sure I know quite yet, but I guess I'll have to answer with something. It would seem I am only one still in the dark here. Would the defense care to enlighten me? Who is this man we've been calling Anonymous? The witness's true identity is... It's the wanted poster. I don't see what else it could be. Is this really him? Only now do you realize the truth. No, actually, I figured it out earlier. Well, please do share with us your belated insight. What's wrong, Nick? Why are you holding back? Because this isn't going to be very helpful to our case. Really? Are you sure? Unfortunately, I've got no other choice. That scruffy beard and shaggy mane completely threw me off. But it's all becoming clear now. The nighttime BASE jump from the mountaintop prison. Base jump. The precision landing at the inner sanctum using only a homemade parachute. Shave him! Only a paratrooper, or more precisely, a former paratrooper could have pulled that off. Actually, I had forgotten the part about the escaped prisoner being a paratrooper. But it's true that it had been mentioned before. The witness is that Zarbal. Okay, what's the pun here? Prison escapee and key member of Derek's rebel group. That's Arbal. I don't know what it is. What's the pun? That's our ball. The witness is an escaped prisoner. Precisely. The police have been scouring every corner of the city to no avail. Meanwhile, here he was under our noses the entire time. Imagine the gallery was completely silent and a guy suddenly yells, "Shave him!" It's something that could have happened in Tales of Monkey Island. When Guybrush Threepwood is being put on trial and someone in the gallery constantly screams, "Feed him to the jungle beast!" "Shave his belly with a rusty razor!" But the witness's charade is not all that has been shattered. Is it defense? Boy, do I hate this guy. Skin him alive! Please recall the defense's own words. Whoever sent it clearly meant to threaten the high priest. The letter said, "Do not perform the rite." Also, his name is a pun on "That's a rebel." Ah, okay. Oof. Yeah, well, I did not have that one. But the rite went on as scheduled. Is it according to the court records, Monica? Or simply according to your brains? Your brilliant, magnificent, pretty brains. But the rite went on as scheduled. I believe that is why the high priest was murdered. Who do you suppose sent that letter? A person with something to hide. The rebel hunter disguised as Lady Kira. Yes, so says the court records. Okay. A person with something to hide. The rebel hunter disguised as Lady Kira herself. He claimed that the real killer was the rebel hunter disguised as Lady Kira. Yeah, and what's your point? What of the witness's true identity? Only a paratrooper, or more precisely, a former paratrooper, could have pulled that off. This witness is that's a rebel. That's a rebel, yeah, I guess. Prison escapee and key member of Derek's rebel group. Oh no! He is a rebel and an escaped prisoner. He could not possibly have been Lady Kira, mortal enemy of the rebels. No! That's inconvenient. Now perhaps the witness will enlighten us to the truth. After all, he has yet to refute any of this. Hoo-ha! Yeah, got me. I'm the razor-sharp fangs of the Defiant Dragons. That's a rebel. When did you get your memory back? Oh, around the time you guys were talking about there being no wind. I read his name as a rebel, then it sounds like a rebel. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I didn't read it that way, so it never sounded that way in my head. I'm slow. What can I say? I'm slow. But you gotta give me credit for making up all that testimony off the top of my head. Are you prepared to tell us the truth now? Well, it's true I parachuted down to the inner sanctum. But I banged my head on impact and ended up unconscious outside the ritual curtain. Also in Japanese, his real name, that's Ding Hell, comes from Datto de Nigeru, fleeing as fast as I can. Yeah. Nigeru or Nigero or something like that, yeah, that means fleeing indeed. In short, all my eyewitness testimony was a big fat lie. A big fat lie! Oh, and by the way, long time no see, UT. UT. Wait, they know each other? Your Majesty. Ah, you put him in prison in the first place, I guess. This filthy rebel belongs in the jail cell. Oh, yes, of course. Bailiff, seize him at once. Seems you already have forgotten the will of the dragon, yeah, huh, UT? But I haven't, and no dogs of the Garen regime are gonna lay a finger on me. Alley hoop! He's getting away! Deploy all available resources. I want all units placed on high alert. The escaped prisoner escaped again. The police force has been placed on high alert. He will be caught before long. An escaped prisoner who's escaped the law again after giving a ton of false testimony. Talk about a troublemaker. He really pulled a number on all of us. What was the point of all that anyway? Well, I can't help but feel that that entire episode was an enormous waste of time. That exchange, you should remember it well. Your Majesty. Perhaps it was not as great of a waste as you might believe. What makes you say that, Prosecutor Sanmari? That's the rebel dropped something as he made his escape from these halls. That scrap of paper looks awfully familiar. These appear to be direct orders from Dirk. From Dirk, the rebel leader? Oh, but we only have a small corner of it. Wait, I remember now. Your Majesty, I have seen that scrap of paper before. You have? The scrap of paper that's the rebel dropped is a part of this? This thing? Could it be? I'm not sure.
Take that!
Is it? Ah yeah, it must be. And this is? I found it at the scene of the crime. It appears to be a copy of the order that Mr. A Rebel dropped. If we put the two together, we should be able to read what the order says. Oh my, and just what does it say, Mr. Wright? I don't read Chinese. I can't read Chinese. Ah, Prosecutor Sanmari, if you please. The ignorant lawyer has not bothered to learn our language. Very well then. I do not understand. Well, what does it say? Using the lamplights as a landmark, he was to parachute down to the inner sanctum. The lamplights? Upon the rite's completion, he was to don Lady Kira's robes and make his escape. What? That is how he was to escape from prison? So if I were to assume that Mr. A Rebel was the one who killed the High Priest, then maybe it was because Abbot in me tried to thwart his escape plan. Oh, foul lawyer. I'm afraid that is simply ludicrous. Huh? But I didn't say anything. Did he just read my mind? I know how your putrid mind works. Unfortunately for you, however, now that the rebels' escape plan has been revealed, it is clear that that's a rebel is not the High Priest's killer. How can you be so sure? If only you would use that putrid brain of yours every once in a while. That's a rebel's plan could not have worked without the help of a certain individual. What do you mean? I am speaking of Abbot Inmi, of course. Had that rebel simply donned Lady Kira's robes and made his escape alone, he would have been far too conspicuous, but were he by the High Priest's side, the faithful citizens praying in the plaza would have had no cause to suspect anything. It is therefore unthinkable that that rebel was the High Priest's killer. Ow! So then, you're saying the High Priest was a... Oh, I cannot bear to say it. I'm afraid it is so. He numbered among the rebels who threaten our kingdom. Like, an hour ago, it was a big offense for me to say so, but now if he says it, then it's alright.
How could this be?
Like, who is besmirching the name of the High Priest before? And then now... And now if he says it, then it's okay. All of a sudden, let it go and move on. Accept the truth, it is the only way. And that goes double for you, defense. Cease your futile battle now. And why should I? Because I will now put the final nail in the coffin of the accused. Now that we have eliminated that rebel from our list of suspects, there is only one person that still remains, the accused Maya Fey. Hold it right there. Aren't you forgetting something important? Something important? Please do explain, defense. We can't end this trial without looking into... Aha. The third party, yeah. We've already established that the third party had to be there, so... Is that it? I'm talking about the true identity of the Lady Kira we saw in the Seance vision. If that wasn't That's a Rebel, then who was it? Ah, he's pissing me off. That matter has already been resolved. It has? What's he talking about? It is as I have maintained from the start. There was no third party in the Seance vision. But there was another Lady Kira there beside Maya Fey. We all saw her. What the? I can't do my finger point. Ah! He's breaking my arm. It is time to let it go and move on. Your fate has already been sealed, much like your arm. This hardly seems fair. It is quite simple once you consider where the victim and the accused were at the time. If the victim was near the spring with his back to the accused, what would he see ahead? Besides the water itself, there is nothing but the Warbat statue. Precisely. The Lady Kira we saw in the seance is the Warbat statue draped in her sacred robes. Someone take those beads away from Nahyuta! It's a lethal weapon. No way! The accused wanted the false Lady Kira to appear in the seance vision. Before she came from behind and stabbed the victim with the dagger in the reverse grip. But why would the accused want to do something like create a false Lady Kira? To show it to the victim as he was being slain. And what reason would the accused have to fool the victim she was about to kill? Let me guess. So that in the seance, people would be, misled? It was not the victim she was trying to fool, but the High Priestess. Weapons aren't allowed in a courtroom unless it's the bailiff, yeah. It was this very courthouse itself. Come again? Suspicion would not fall on the accused if it looked as if another Lady Kira was there. and the defense was foolish enough to fall for it and claim it was a third party in disguise. Are you saying... I am. It was all a cleverly wicked scheme perpetrated by the accused. A scheme in which she sought to use the seance vision to mislead us. That's what I said. This can't be happening. Okay, excuse me. What a face you are making, defense. I am surprised you are taking this so hard. After all, did I not clearly state a while back that you were chasing after naught but the deluded fancy? Something has occurred to me, you see. And your allegations of a third party are but the deluded fantasy. You're telling me he knew this is how it would turn out all the way back then? And that he was just waiting for the most effective moment to spring it on me? Do you understand now? I have had you dancing in the palm of my hand this entire time. It can't be! This is an outrage! You took our royal priestess's sacred divination seance and used it to commit this most foul and despicable murder. No, I did nothing of the sort! Maya. Nick, it's not true. I didn't. It's likely in the second half of this courtroom thing, but it's gonna get wild. Very wild. Your Majesty, the time has come to convict this criminal who only seeks to taint the sacred hall. Indeed, it seems this trial is over. Does the defense wish to offer up yet another counter-argument or something? The accused is not the killer, and here's why. Now what do? I got nothing. It would appear that the defense has run out of arguments to make. I thought for sure that that rebel was the killer. The only person with a possible motive, the one dressed as Lady Kira, has vanished. And I've got nothing to use against Prosecutor Sadmadi's argument. Please, Mia Fey! Please, help me! Damn it, I can't lose now, not like this. Very well then, I shall now render my verdict. Come on, Maya, channel your sister! Wait, please wait, I'm begging you! It is time to let it go and move on. This trial need not be drawn out any longer. The defense has failed to counter the charge filed by the prosecution. In accordance with the law, I invoke the Defense Culpability Act against the defense. Now then, this court finds the accused Maya Fey... Objection! Or hold it! No, not yet. Or would it happen now? Ah! Hold on. This can't be happening. Your Majesty, please forgive the interruption, but... Okay. What is the meaning of this? A body has been found. In the Plaza of Devotion, Your Majesty. What's this? A body? What happened now? And we found this, sticking out of the victim. Why, that's Lady Kira's Warbat dagger. Lady Kira, she has returned from the Twilight Realm once more. She has come to defeat the rebels. Peace! Well, it would seem the dagger that was once lost has now been found. Yeah, no, not yet. I have one more thing to report, Prosecutor Sadmadi. Yes? This dagger. It bears the fingerprints of Maya Fey on it. What? But... why would Maya's prints be on it? I cannot believe it, yet it must be true. Is something the matter, Prosecutor Sadmadi? This trial has run its course and the accused's guilt has been firmly established. However, It would seem the defense was right about one thing. You claimed that the murder at the Inner Sanctum had been carried out by the rebel hunter masquerading as Lady Kira. I did say something to that effect, but what of it? Prosecutor Sadmati, are you suggesting what I think you are? I believe the true identity of the rebel hunter who has been masquerading as Lady Kira is none other than the accused Miss Maya Fey. What? Me? What? I realize how shocking this must seem. Looking back, however, I now realize there was much that pointed to this fact. The rebel hunting Lady Kira was first sighted about 2 years ago, and the accused first came to our kingdom 2 years ago as well. Why, the timing matches perfectly! But there is more. That warning letter was found in the High Priest's bedroom 3 days before the rite. Despite his house being locked up tight that night. How does that prove anything? It is difficult to believe an intruder could have found a way to enter such a secure house. However, the accused was known to come and go freely there, mainly to prepare for the purification rite. Abbot Inmi was an important figure with a ton of duties, including training acolytes. He was really kind even to a foreign like me. He even invited me over to his house whenever I was between training sessions. The accused could have easily left the house unlocked for herself without anyone noticing. No! Lady Kira's warning updated in the court record. If we assume that the accused was Lady Kira, that more than establishes her motive for killing the High Priest. Yes, the victim was secretly an insurgent, bent on helping that a rebel escape after all. Precisely, that made him a target of Lady Kira's wrath. And after killing the High Priest, she then unleashed her divine justice on another rebel. So, it seems the scope of this case has expanded. We now have 2 murders perpetrated by Miss Maya Fey masquerading as Lady Kira. Another body has been found and you say it's her? And while she was in prison? If Miss Fey is indeed a serial killer, it would affect the severity of her punishment. In light of this, I believe the second murder must be investigated before we can proceed. As you wish, Your Majesty. Maya Fey, I hereby charge you with this second murder. May your defiled soul feel the weight of your sins. A new murder charge on top of a guilty verdict? It seems the defense will live to see one more day. Talk about hanging on by a thread. Come tomorrow, a far more terrible punishment awaits you. I hereby suspend these proceedings so that the second murder may be investigated. Until the conclusion of this new investigation, this court is adjourned. Okay, to be continued. Well, that's my cue then. That will be it for today. I'll save here then. And I guess we'll continue the case tomorrow. At night, just like today. How does that sound? Thanks for the stream. Well, you're welcome, Monica. So, yeah, I guess I'll be doing that at night then tomorrow, just about the same time as today, and I'll try to have a stream that lasts just about as long, trying to get through 2 more sections. Sleep well once you get to that point. Thank you, Monica. Yeah, you too. You too have sweet dreams and take care of yourself. I hope to see you tomorrow then. Take care and see ya. Bye-bye, and thanks for watching.